Good evening, everybody. Today is February 12th, and the Board of Commissioners' regular meeting is called to order at 6:01. Will Commissioner Hodges please lead us in the pledge and invocation?
Yes, please stand. Our Father in heaven, we ask your attendance at the deliberation of the City Council meeting this evening, as it seeks to do thy will in consideration of the issues before them. Bless the members of this assembly, the citizens that are present at this meeting, and all the residents of the city of Madeira Beach. We pray that our work this evening will find favor in your sight. Amen. Please remain standing for the pledge flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the City Clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Douthat.
Present.
Commissioner Hodges.
Here.
Vice Mayor Weinstein. Here. Mayor Black.
Present. Next on the agenda, we have the approval of the agenda, and there is one minor change I was just informed about, and that is under unfinished business, item E is moving to item A. Everyone get that? Yes. Okay. Does anyone else have any changes?
Yes, yes, Mayor. I would like to ask to remove from the agenda until the next meeting of the board, which will be March the 19th, the item 7G. And 7G is with regards to the three gentlemen who volunteered to be on our planning commission. And I'm sure some of those gentlemen might be here tonight, and I appreciate your being here, but the reason I would like for it to be moved till the March 19th meeting is that then we will have a full Board of Commissioners again, and I think it would be important for this very important committee to have a full complement of the Board of Commissioners to make that decision.
Seems like a reasonable request to me. Any other comments?
That's fine with me.
Fine with you? We have a consensus then to go forward? Yes. Okay, great.
I thank those gentlemen for being here, if you are here, and come back on March 19th.
Okay. Next, we have no proclamations. The first presentation is the Treasure Island Madeira Beach Chamber of Commerce. We're donating from the golf tournament funds to City of Madeira Beach. Missy Hahn?
Okay, it's on now. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, our folks at home. This has taken a little while to get in front of you, but we are delighted. This is from funds that we made from the golf tournament, and we want to turn some of those funds over to the youth group of Madeira Beach. I have with me tonight our chairman of the board, Mr. Carnes, and a few of my board members, too. So we just wanted to invite you to accept the check, and of course, we want to do a picture, and we're delighted to work with you. Thank you so much.
No dog and pony show.
I just want to thank the Chamber for your generous contribution, and thank you again. Next, we have a presentation. Is Deputy Sean O'Brien. He's going to give us the crime prevention report.
Okay, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. Again, I'm Deputy Sean O'Brien with the Sheriff's Office. I'm in the Crime Prevention Community Awareness Unit. So I was asked to come talk a little bit about burglary prevention. Do you guys know how many burglaries we had last month? Specifically vehicle burglaries? 25? 25? And what do you think main reason? Unlocked cars, that is correct. So, first slide. Lock. Please lock your vehicles, lock your garages, lock your house doors. If you have an alarm, turn it on. Turn it on. Bicycles. It's amazing how many we see on the sides of the houses, things like that. If there's golf carts involved, I don't know if you guys have them in the city or not, but again, same thing. Lock them up if we're not using them. 3/4 of the vehicle burglaries, again, unlocked. Unlocked. Just please lock your vehicles. It's going to save you guys a lot of hassle. Valuables. Make sure they're not in sight. Put them away. Laptops. You know, it's amazing. The Ray-Ban song, whatever it is. Money in the cup holder. How about your keys? How many times are keys left in the vehicle and then the vehicle's gone too when they break into it? So, and then, again, put that stuff away. Guns, that's the other thing. If you have a gun in your vehicle, if you're going to leave it unlocked, at least take your gun out, put it in the house. Burglary prevention, so much on the residents. Christmas time, birthday, you buy a new TV, you do whatever. Again, don't put those boxes out in front of your house. Cut them up, put them in the recycle, however you need to do it, because you're just telling people, hey, I just bought a new 60-inch TV. Hey, it's in the house, come get it. So put that stuff away. They're just going to walk by and see it. If you live by yourself, create the illusion. Someone else is living with you, especially if you're a single female. Maybe put a size 12 or 13 pair of shoes out there, an old pair of shoes, is to show the illusion that somebody lives with you. Spare key outside. How many people have a spare key on the outside still? Under the mat, under a rock. Again, most 12% of your burglaries, they find that hidden key, and that's how they break into your house or break into your car. Some people keep them on their car underneath their wheel. How about your shrubbery around your house? We'll talk more about that later. I have some pictures and stuff, but keep it low. You have windows, you have shrubbery in front of it. You want it low. You want that shrubbery low because people can hide behind it. Say if somebody's breaking in your window or you left your window open and now they can hide behind that shrubbery and get into your house. Keep it low. You know, use the vegetation around your house to your advantage. Exterior lighting, you know, motion sensing, motion activated lighting, best thing in the world. I even use it inside my house. You know, at night, I have little ones I plug into the wall, and if I walk by in the middle of the night, it pops on real quick. I mean, vacation. How many know that the Sheriff's Office does vacation checks on your houses? Who has taken it? So I see some people have taken advantage of it. Again, the number is not up here, but I will, 727-582-6177. We will check your house while you're gone if you're on vacation, free of charge. We try to do it once a day. We have 2 shifts that work a day. We try to do it one time during that day. Sometimes as it gets busier, it may go every couple days, but we do check it. And we mark it down that we check it. 727-582-6177. And they're going to ask you for a pretty good amount of information, but it's well worth it. Here's your landscaping right here. 3 to 8 rule. Hedges no higher than 3 feet. Tree canopies starting no lower than 8 feet. So especially around entryways and walkways and windows and things like that. Try to keep it down. What do you think? Cover, security or cover? You have those white fences. What do you think? Think somebody's can get in your yard, hide behind it? Somebody's driving by. You know, there's no right or wrong on this, but you know, burglars. What do they look like? Could be any of us, right? Most of your burglaries happen between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. That's while what? We're at work, right? Mm-hmm. One happens every 15 seconds in the United States. Summer, more burglaries. Why? Kids are out of school. That is correct. Small valuables, most attractive, $2,230 average loss per person. Inside the house, 8 to 12 minutes. Garage door, back door, easiest access, but look how many, 34% right through the front door. Why? Because it's unlocked. It's unlocked. What about those windows? It's amazing how many vacation checks or house checks that I've done, and the house window is cracked about yay far. Close your windows. Lock those windows. 74% of the uncompleted burglaries result in an audible alarm. So if you have an audible alarm and that goes off, 74% aren't going to mess with it anymore. They spend less than 60 seconds breaking in. So the combination door locks, window locks, plus lights is 20 times greater protection than no security at all. Again, motion sensing lights. That's your best option. Reason people burglarized, 88%, drugs and money, right off the bat. They're not looking for them big 60-inch TVs anymore, but they are looking for the easy items to get rid of. 12% planned it, 41% saw an opportunity and took it. Males, mostly in the evenings, females in the afternoon. And here's a big one. If you have an alarm and you have some kind of sign present that says you have an alarm, 6 out of 10 of them are just going to pass right by the house because they're afraid that you do have an alarm, some kind of audible alarm. And again, entry, most were unlocked doors or open windows. Suspicious activity. Who knows the non-emergency number for the sheriff's office? Anybody know it off the top of your head? Have it in your phones? I'm going to give it to you. 727-582-6200 is the non-emergency number for the sheriff's office. But this is some of a little bit of the suspicious activity. Stranger loitering in your neighborhood. Vehicle cruising the streets repeatedly. That's a sign. Someone peering in the car windows, or even as what they're doing is they're trying car doors and going on. Someone loitering around schools, parks, secluded areas, or even open or broken doors or windows in a closed business or closed residence, unoccupied residence. Again, reporting suspicious activity, again, if it's happening right now, right in front of you, 911. Somebody's trying those car doors, 911. If the crime is not in progress, if it's somebody just suspicious and they're just walking down the street 2 o'clock in the morning dressed in all black, that's suspicious. And what I tell my neighborhood watches, out of the ordinary. If something is out of the ordinary, and you know your neighborhoods, if it's out of the ordinary, call the non-emergency number. Let us come out and see what it is. Here's Crime Stoppers' number up there and their email address. But again, please don't wait to report stuff. You're not wasting our time. Again, we get paid to go out there and do this. If we don't have to write a report, that's even better for us. But let us come out and take care of what's happening or what you're seeing. It might help us catch somebody. The halt method. If you see something suspicious, if you see it's a person, use the halt method. Start up here and work your way down. Start at the head and work your way down. Things we're looking for, things that criminals or suspicious people are not going to get rid of. Jewelry, their tattoos, stuff. They're not going to get rid of their shoes most likely. They might get rid of their clothes, but you're looking for things that they're not going to get. Glasses. But start with up high, work your way down. Same thing with a vehicle. Color, old, new, 4-door, 2-door, van, truck. If you can get a plate, great. But we all see the other thing, stickers, right? A lot of us have stickers on the back of our car. We have 2 wives, 2 dogs, 2 cats, and 4 kids, So, occupants. And I just used 2. That's the first thing I could think of. But occupants, how many are in there? And there's one that's not on here. If you know them, hey, that's George, lives down the street. Again, suspicious activity. Call the non-emergency number, please. If it's in progress, please call 911. Don't ask for that second opinion. That's the other thing people do, is they'll call their husband or wife or their neighborhood watch chairperson. Hey, look, I saw a suspicious car yesterday. You know, did you call it? No. I'm telling you. Call it in when you see it. Burglars, just some interviews from burglars. If they knock and nobody answers and the door's unlocked, of course, they're going in. They're going to go right in. Again, leaving that window open or cracked is an invitation. But people like to drive and walk through your neighborhoods. They're looking, especially at night or when it's dusk like this and your blinds are open. What are they looking for? They're looking for what's inside your house. Hey, I like that. We're going to come back and get that when they're not home tomorrow. Close your blinds. And then they're not complaining, but why would you buy an alarm and not set it? Even if it's 5 minutes to go to your neighbor's house, that 5 minutes is going to turn into an hour probably. So set your alarms if you leave. I won't go through every one of these, but the one on the bottom, I might leave a pizza flyer on your door to see how long it takes you to remove it. Stuff's on your door and your neighbor with somebody, and you see something on their door and you know they're out of town, hey, you know what? Help them out. They forgot to stop their paper. Help them out. They forgot to stop their mail. Help them out. Help them out. I might break a window to get in, but if your neighbor hears that noise, he'll stop and wait to hear it again. If he doesn't hear it again, they're going to go about their business. So again, know the sound of breaking glass. Know the sound of gunshots. Know the sounds of things, and call. Don't wait for that second time to hear it. Call. And that's it. Little quick recitation, but what's the main thing? Lock your doors. Please, lock your doors. Let's stop these burglaries from happening. Get rid of that stuff. Lock your doors. Mayor?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Deputy O'Brien. It was very informative, and I hope we've all learned some helpful hints there. Next on the agenda, we have dialogue. There's no dialogue. So we'll go on to public comment. Public comment is for anything that is not on the agenda. Please remember to be civil and state your name and address and speak directly into the microphone. Yes, sir.
On? Yeah. Robin Belaski, 131st Ave East in Madeira Beach. And I am just speaking in regard to, I am a member of the Planning Commission here in Madeira Beach. And while I understand the logic waiting for another council member, I would like to point out, another commission member, I would like to point out our Planning Commission has been vacant for 3 months without another planning commissioner in this seat. This is vitally important. We are having new developments come. We had a meeting last night. We had another development the month before. So I feel really, I think this should be re-examined to all of us who serve on Planning Commission. We would welcome another commissioner instead of having to wait another month when it's just a simple act by commission tonight.
John Hendricks. Which one's working? This one's working? Okay, now. Okay. John Hendricks, 569 Normandy Road. I wanted to come up here in the spirit of moving this city forward. I misspoke at the last commission meeting in that I overheard something and I carried it forward. And I overheard that our city manager rents from TRS Realty. I have since found out that that was not the case. and I would like to apologize to Mr. Evans for that. In that same tone, on admitting when we do make mistakes, I would like to point out the fact that an employee with Madeira Beach was terminated over hearsay that was heard in a bar. It went to Civil Service Commission. There was a unanimous decision by the Civil Service Commission regarding this employee. And I would ask at this time that Mr. Evans also reevaluate his decision on this, on overriding the Civil Service Board, and reconsider his decision on this young lady. Thank you.
My name is Marcia Buckley. I actually have a prepared statement, but I'll try and just go for it. And I'm going to actually give you all a copy of it.
Can you hold the mic closer to your mouth?
I'm sorry?
Hold the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hear any of that? Yes,
your
I'm
name and
Marcia
address.
Buckley. My husband and I own a house at 340 Boca Ciega Drive here in Madeira Beach. We actually applied for a permit back in November to add a small addition to the back of our house to enlarge our bathroom to make it wheelchair accessible. We've been through numerous things we've had to provide. We've been very timely with them. We went through the Planning Commission. There was a unanimous agreement. The vote was yes. It was moved forward. We were supposed to be on the agenda tonight, and there was a mistake. I have email documentation that I was told that we would be on the agenda tonight. I flew here. I've paid for an airline ticket. I have paid for a rental car. I'm out of these expenses. You know, it's time, disruption of my family, et cetera. And I'm not on the agenda, so you all are not seeing that tonight. I would ask that you would be able to have a special meeting, that I not have to wait another month for the Board of Commissioners meeting for you all to look at that project. Again, it's a very small addition. My neighbors had been blanketed before. No one had an objection. They all said they would come to the hearing. Excuse me. So again, I appreciate it. Again, we have done everything, my husband and I, to provide what they needed. I would ask that you all please put us into the process in trying to move this forward. And I would like to give this to the city clerk if I could pass it to her.
Absolutely.
Madam Mayor, if I may. In light of the speaker's remarks, I've had conversations with the Community Development Director with regards to the mishap and this item not being placed on the agenda for consideration this evening. So it is staff's recommendation on this particular issue, since it's an isolated situation and it was something that we are fully responsible for, that at the February 21st workshop of the Board of Commissioners that we consider scheduling a special meeting to hear this particular item, as the applicant has adhered to all the requirements as set forth by the city. So if it would be the board's pleasure, that you would consider allowing for us to hold a special meeting to address this particular issue and some other issues that I will speak to later on.
As far as I'm concerned, that's fine.
It's fine with me.
It's fine with me.
Good, I'm glad we
Is
can
that-
make some, yes.
Linda Portal, who is the person I've been working with, because again, what wasn't done this time either was another 10-day notice to blanket the neighbors. I believe that may be, I don't know what the ordinances are, but if a 10-day notice has to go back out again, I don't have 10 days before your next, since you all have moved it up from the 26th. I don't know, Linda can address that and tell you when possibly the quickest it would be available.
Director Portal?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, that would require a 10-day posting, and so any special meeting would have to be at least 10 days from tomorrow. We could get it out tomorrow.
Okay.
So we can certainly just have the special meeting with regards to that after the 10-day notice requirement is fulfilled. So
Yes.
that would put us at yep, so 20, probably the 22nd to be on the safe side.
Yes, it's the 12th now. If we notice tomorrow, that'll give us 10 days worth of notice. It's really just a posting. It was a non-controversial item. We apologize about the mishap there with the agenda item, but it should be very quick.
Right.
So the city attorney has also said that the 22nd will satisfy the notice requirements, so we would look to bring forward that item on the 22nd, so it will be Friday, that we would look to have that special meeting. So we will have our workshop on the 21st and then just call a special meeting to handle the few items on the 22nd to address the item that the resident has brought forward.
Do we have a consensus to do that? Yes. And that's going to work for you too? Good. I'm glad we can work it out.
I will get with the community development director and provide the time because that will be part of the notification requirements, and get with the city clerk and make sure the board and the public is properly noticed.
Thank you. And I apologize on behalf of the city for the mix-up. But we'll make it right. Any more public comment?
Steve Coach at 5301 2nd Street East, Madeira Beach, Florida. We're in the middle of political campaign season, and what's been happening is signs from both sides have been stolen and gone. It's kind of a childish thing to do. It could be kids, don't know who's doing it or anything. But this is just to alert the police department, alert everybody that if you see somebody snatching signs, you know, call somebody or report them, and maybe to let the trash people know too, if they're dumping, when they dump the cans, if they see signs inside there, to say something about it, that, you know, where the signs are. Those signs are expensive. We all put money into them, and there's enough going on that we don't have to have that happening also. Thank you.
Hold it a little closer.
Can you hear me? I have a prepared, my name is Denise Rostek. I live at 480 137th Avenue Circle. I have a prepared statement that I will be reading.
That's these.
We have been diligently attempting to resolve our issues quietly behind the scenes for some time now. However, that approach has failed. We are here this evening to publicly, humbly, and respectfully request the following. Number one, the city conduct its own independent investigation into the actions of your own building official, Mr. Frank DeSantis, as allowed by Section 4.9 of the city's charter. Number two, provide any and all financial assistance in correcting the building code violations, including accessing city funds, the city's insurance carrier, or Mr. DeSantis' pockets. In 2014 to 2015, we had our forever home built. Soon after taking occupancy from the builder, significant issues appeared. We attempted to have the builder, Tisdale Construction, correct them. They refused to provide any assistance, blaming the city. We have filed separate complaints against the builder with local and state agencies. Those complaints were submitted in 2017 and are still under investigation. Our complaints submitted this evening will leave little doubt that the building official has been a willing participant in the official misuse of his public position. He does not adhere to the city's own Muni Code and ordinances, as well as has repeatedly failed to enforce the minimum requirements of the Florida Building Code while completing various inspections as a city employee while our home was under construction. The vast scope of our complaint involves one permit, one builder, one new home, one inspector, encompassing 10 building violations. There are no safeguards in place. There is no accountability to the taxpayers relative to Mr. DeSantis' actions while representing the city of Madeira Beach. Our newly constructed home will require thousands of dollars to correct the building code violations that exist from the original construction of the home. The city attorney, along with the city manager, previously agreed that the city would file complaints with the county and state against the builder with intent to help us. To date, only the county complaint has been filed. Why? It's been 2 months. By Florida statute, Mr. DeSantis, the building official, is tasked with exercising police powers of the state in the course of his duties, similar to law enforcement personnel. However, just like any other law enforcement personnel, this police power comes at a price, in that he, DeSantis, is held to the highest level of moral and ethical conduct, as well as his actions at all times must always be above reproach. By Florida law, the building official is required to enforce various laws, ordinances, codes, and building codes. The city bears an ethical, moral, and legal responsibility to take action, as it was the deliberate acts of your rogue employee that allowed the builder to go rogue too. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Rostek, and I am Denise Rostek's husband. Please do not take any solace in thinking we are the only victims here. Keep two things in mind, and these are very important points. The scope, magnitude of DeSantis' shortcomings has yet to be identified, isolated, and remediated. Number two, Mr. DeSantis has been here for several years now and completes all inspections. The role of the building department is to ensure a safe and well-maintained community. Mr. DeSantis' actions and inactions are not in concert with the city's mantra of ready, set, relax. Yes, you are innocent until proven guilty. However, depending on the severity of the crime or infraction, you may still be incarcerated until and during the trial. With that said, we humbly, respectfully request that the city place Mr. DeSantis on administrative leave. His law enforcement powers as related to building inspections be suspended, having no contact with the public until all investigations are completed and their findings published. We also request that the city consider a temporary moratorium on any building code-related inspections unless the city is willing to request assistance from Pinellas County and have a competent authority complete those inspections. At a previous meeting with the city manager, at a previous meeting, the city manager stated, "It is all about the city. It will always be about the city." Mr. City Manager, we are the Rosteks. We live here. We pay our taxes here. We are the faces of the city. Therefore, we are the city too. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission members, Mr. City Manager, we need your help and protection. It is all about us too. Now that you have been given the complaint in a public forum, you have a duty to act. However, that duty to act does not include just waiting for other agencies to do their investigations. If anyone would like to see the issues at our home, please knock on the door. People, please do your homework. You don't know what you don't know. Our issues prove your inner circle must be kept small, as few are trustworthy. Thank you.
Robert Preston, 425 South Bayshore Drive, Madera Beach. Just one thing. I'm really disappointed, Mayor, that you didn't show up for the resignation of your mentor and guidance last meeting. Second, it appears that white-collar crime does pay. The fire chief stole from the city $17,850. He has a restitution of $4,320 and fines. That's not very much. Sad thing about it is that he lied to even get that. He said he used his jet ski for public service. When his jet ski was on the lift over here, it was the only one covered to cover up his crime in which he was doing to the city, stealing. The other thing he lied about it, that it was being used for the city response. None of the firefighters checked that jet ski of his, like the other jet skis that the city owns, that are on a regular schedule to make sure they're operational. So I'm really disappointed in only a 2-week suspension of the fire chief, especially when hearsay fired another employee at the city that wasn't even in the city when that happened, in the city buildings. It's a shame that we have public officials that take advantage of the taxpayers' money and still work here. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Public comment is now closed. Next item is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Douther,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinstein,
Yes?
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. We're going to go on to unfinished business, and as you recall, we're moving item E up to item A, and that is the resolution 2019-03, the 5-year commitment to the Veterans Boat Parade. Linda Portel?
No, Madam Mayor, this one is me. Resolution 2019-03, committing to sponsor the City of Madera Beach Veterans Day Boat Parade. This is consistent with the direction that was provided by the Board of Commissioners. This 5-year, this resolution memorializes the city's desires to commit to a 5-year contribution of $5,000 per year to assist in offsetting costs and defray expenses associated with the Veterans Day Boat Parade. At this time, staff recommends approval of Resolution 2019-03.
Any comments from the commission?
Go ahead. Yes, I have a couple comments. I think that it was a great boat parade. I think we've always had very good veterans boat parades. I think the people that work on it are very diligent and a lot of volunteers out there. But it is a boat parade organized by a group of people, okay? I think we should certainly have it, continue to have it. I think it's wrong, actually, though, to call it the City of Madera Beach Boat Parade, and I guess I have to say I think it's wrong to contribute taxpayer money to the event. That's my my problem with it. I'm steadfast in my patriotism, and I think it's very important that we all give to our charities. However, I am a believer that we should not use city funds to contribute to organizations. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll open it up for public comment on this item. Public comment is now closed. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you. I thought maybe you left.
Seven Normandy Road, and thank you for moving us up on the agenda. I appreciate that. I'd like to thank you for considering this resolution. I'd like to thank City Manager Evans for putting this together and moving forward with it. I think if you were at last month's BOC meeting, you saw a lot of the good that we were able to do for this small event. And what we did that night was just a portion of our contributions and donations to different charitable organizations here that represent and help our local veterans. It's so much more than just a boat parade. It is an annual boat parade that is held by the American Legion Post 273, and we've been fortunate that the City of Madeira Beach has been a sponsor for all 23 years, well, 22 years. This will be our 23rd year. And over the last 3 or 4 years, they have been our title sponsor. We look forward to working with the city also to honor our World War II veterans and include them in on an honor flight mission. And if this resolution were to be passed, it would be a great step forward for the parade committee in helping our further our mission. The city and the community has always been a big supporter of the parade and of our American Legion Post 273. It helps us in not worrying about where our media and PR funds will come from and our startup funds, and it is so much more than just about that. I would like to read our mission statement so that it could be a part of this meeting, part of the resolution, and part of public record. The American Legion Veteran Boat Parade Committee is a group of devoted volunteers comprised of active duty military, veterans, retired military, and civilians. It is our mission to advocate for all and honor all veterans, educate our youth and all citizens on the role and sacrifices of our veterans. We strive to accomplish this with pride while promoting citizenship and patriotism, all the while raising funds to donate to local veterans charities. So thank you for your consideration on voting yes on this.
Any more discussion from the board? Oh, I'm sorry.
How about now? There we go. All right, Jeff Beggins, 429 Boca Ciega Drive. I just want to say that our company, Century 21 Beggins, has always donated and become a big sponsor of the Veterans Parade. And for me, it's something that really makes Madeira Beach Madeira Beach. I think it's great to pay tribute. I didn't serve, but I have tremendous honor for those who did, and I think it just makes Madeira Beach stand out as a really cool place. And I'd love to see the city keep supporting it. I think it's one of the things that really makes us different. So urge saying yes if you can.
Robert Preston, 425 South Bay Shore. Jeff said it very well. It's a way that our city can honor, one of the ways that our city can honor the veterans here that live in the city, and I think it's a positive thing to do, and I would hope that you would support the donation to the boat parade. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to speak? Short people, I can't always see your hands.
I'd like to make a comment if I can.
Pardon?
I'd like to make a comment. Pam, I think you've done a great job. In the last 2 years, I volunteered for the boat parade, and it's been great. The people that show up are so intense with the parade itself and the ceremony. This past year, we had the Coast Guard do the flyover, and the people were just like, they are just in awe of it. They stand on the seawall, is where I was over here in Rock Park, And just the reaction of the people, even the children, were so intense. I just can't even explain to you how perfect it was. The national anthem was playing and the boats were going down the waterway. Perfect timing. The Coast Guard did the flyover. Perfect timing. Everything couldn't have been more choreographed than that. You did a wonderful job, and I support you every bit of the way. And thank you so much for everything you do.
Any more discussion from the board? Right. We're getting to that. Yes, please read the resolution.
Resolution 2019-03. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Madeira Beach pledged to commit of $5,000 per annum to support the City of Madeira Beach's Veterans Day Boat Parade, providing for severability, providing for repealer, providing for an effective date.
Any discussion before we have a motion?
Make a motion?
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we pass resolution 2019-03, 5-year commitment to the Veterans Boat Parade.
Second.
Any more discussion? Will City Clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Doubter?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
No.
Mayor Black?
Yes. Next on the agenda is ordinance 2019-01. Will the city clerk please read the ordinance in its entirety?
Ordinance 2019-01, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, calling for a general municipal election on March 12, 2019, for the purpose of electing a commissioner for District 3 and a commissioner for District 4, for the purpose of voting on 11 charter amendments, providing authorization for the City of Madeira Beach through its city clerk to contract with the Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections, providing for publication, authorizing election expenditures, identifying the Pinellas County Canvassing Board as the canvassing board for the March 12, 2019 election, identifying the location of polling places, authorizing a runoff election if necessary, providing for repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith to the extent of such conflict, and providing for an effective date. Whereas pursuant to the City Charter, Section 3.4, subsection 8A, elections for commissioners of District 3 and 4 shall be held in odd-numbered years, and the term of commissioners of districts shall be for 2 years. Whereas pursuant to the City Charter, Section 3.4, subsection A, all elections shall be held in the city on the second Tuesday in March of each year for the purpose of electing successors to the elective offices. Now therefore be it ordained by the Board of Commissioners of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida. Section 1, an election shall be held in the City of Madeira Beach, Florida on Tuesday, March 12, 2019 for the purpose of electing a commissioner for District 3 and a commissioner for District 4, and for the purpose of voting on 11 charter amendments. Section 2, the city clerk is hereby authorized to execute a contract with the Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections to allow the office of the Supervisor of Elections to assist the city in the March 12, 2019 municipal election, subject to the conditions, considerations, and agreements described in the contract to be effective January 8, 2019. Section 3. The 2-year term of the district commissioners will commence at the first regular meeting following the election. In the event of a runoff election is necessitated for a particular seat, the new term would commence at the first regular meeting following the runoff election. However, if Charter Amendment Number 7 passes by the qualified voters of the City of Madeira Beach at the municipal election on March 12, 2019, The induction of new Board of Commissioners will commence at the first regular or special meeting on or before the last day of the month in which the election is held, which also applies to runoff elections. Section 4, in accordance with City Charter Section 3.4, subsection B, amended by the qualified voters of the City of Madeira Beach on November 6, 2018, at the general election, the Pinellas County Canvassing Board serves as the canvassing board for the City of Madeira Beach. The canvassing board shall certify all tests of election equipment and shall canvass absentee as well as provisional ballots. The official final election results certified by the canvassing board shall be announced at the next meeting of the Board of Commissioners following such certification for the purpose of declaring the results of said election. Section 5, in accordance with the City Charter, Section 3.4, subsection E, in the event that no candidate for each office secures a majority of the votes cast in each contest for office in the March 12, 2019 municipal election, then and in that event, another election shall be held on the second Tuesday in April 9, 2019, at which election only the names of the two candidates having the highest number of votes in the first election in which no candidate received a majority of the votes cast in each contest shall be placed upon the ballot. At the second election, the electors may vote for each contest appearing on the ballot. In the event two candidates for each office should receive an equal number of votes for the same office in the second election provided for above, another election shall be called and held on the fourth Tuesday of April 23, 2019. Following such election, at which election the names of the candidates receiving the same number of votes shall again be placed upon the ballot. Section 6. In accordance with City Charter, Section 3.4, subsection B, the location of the polling place, Pinellas County, precincts numbers 301 and 415 for the elections will be held at the following locations. Precinct 415, Madeira Beach Municipal Buildings, City Center Room, 300 Municipal Drive, Madeira Beach, Florida. Precinct 301, Faith Community Church of Seminole, 11501, Walker Avenue, Seminole, Florida, 33772. Section 7, all ordinance or parts of ordinances in conflict with the provisions of this ordinance be hereby repealed insofar as the same affect this ordinance. Section 8, this ordinance shall take effect immediately upon adoption in the manner provided by law.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? I'll open, oh, go ahead. Then I'll open it for public comment on this item. Public comment is now closed. Any more discussion?
Yes, I'll make a, to move that ordinance 2019-01, prescribing the method of holding the municipal election on March the 12th and providing for the polling location for the election. This is the second reading and public hearing, and I move that it be adopted.
A second.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Douther?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing to consider a request for alcoholic beverage use permit number 2018-2 for a 2 COP license for beer and wine sale for consumption on premises and package sales in sealed containers for the sandbar located at 121-129 Avenue East.
Madam
Dr.
Mayor,
Portel.
Commissioners. As you've heard, this is in regards to the application by the sandbar, and this has come before you before. It was postponed because we had some issues that they were trying to address in regards to setbacks and ramps and things, and they decided to take a simple approach to dealing with that and put the handicap access in the back on the parking lot, which we all think will probably be more convenient for everybody in the end. They're in the process of making changes and improvements to the front of the building for access, and when those are completed, would move to the back to make those improvements. They're doing so in that order because, of course, they didn't want both doors to be under construction at the same time while they try to operate. In the meantime, what they requested here is for a 2 COP license. That's their application to the state. The definition for that is beer and wine sale for consumption on premises and package sales in sealed container. They've been very specific that their intent is not to sell packaged alcohol, that they would be serving alcohol, beer specifically, would be serving beer for consumption on premise. There are several points that we have to review when making recommendations on alcohol beverage establishments. I'm going to go over those quickly for the record. We have to comment on whether the extent to which the location which proposes the alcohol beverage request adversely affects the character of the existing neighborhood. Of course, the location of the Sandbar is in Johns Pass Village, and it's a very intense commercial area and an area in which a number of establishments already serve alcohol, so it's consistent with that. The business will now have to manage and monitor its patrons differently so that they aren't serving alcohol that then is taken out and being consumed openly on the public right away, but then that's the case for all businesses that serve alcohol. The extent to which the traffic generated to result in the location having the alcoholic beverage will create additional congestion or a safety hazard. We monitor and evaluate traffic impact based on the number of seats or the capacity. There's no intent to expand the capacity here, and so all they're doing is adding an item onto the menu. Effectively, they already serve food there. So there's no standard for which we would be measuring an increase in activity. Of course, it's hoped that will improve business, but a good deal of their business is walk-by traffic. We don't anticipate any safety hazards. Whether or not it is compatible with the particular location in which it's proposed, as I said, this is in Johns Pass Village. We do have to measure out under section 110.530 in the land development regulations to ensure that it's at least 300 feet from a church, synagogue, temple, place of religious worship, public or private school operated for the instruction of minors, or youth recreation center. And of course, we've measured all that and there are no problems. The Sandbar does sit on the edge of what is a residential area, and so they will always have to be conscious of that and try to monitor their patrons, ensure there's no nuisance type noise, which they already have to do to some extent anyway, that can't control for the whole district, of course. And there are a lot of outside public events there. And then whether it's proposed will affect public safety. As we said, this is consistent with the neighborhood's use. We don't anticipate any public safety issues. They will have to monitor their own patrons' behavior. And then finally, there's no application for review in the section which considers until the applicant's paid any outstanding charge, fees, interest, fines, or penalties. As I said, that we had actually done away with our concern over the code enforcement issue on this side setback while we were trying to figure that out, since they will be putting their access on the back of the building where there is room, and that is already permitted. The staff recommends approval with the conditions that the business monitor patrons to ensure products are consumed safely on site, and that they do not package, sell, or sell sealed containers for consumption off premise. The nuisance noise is avoided as much as possible and consistent with noise ordinances of the city. That any change to operation that states that beer, to the stated intent to sell beer for consumption, you'd understand would require a new application. And that you would discourage any stop-and-go trips from in front of the building that people would access by way of the parking lot in the back or by walk-in traffic as is standard at this time.
Are you the applicant, I suspect?
Sorry, my name's Lynn Pocklico, and I own the Sandbar, which is actually a shaved ice and ice cream store. It's a really happy store already in Johns Pass, and what we want to do is get the beer and adult sodas, such as the orange and It's Not Your Father's root beer, and add our twist of ice cream and shaved ice to it. So we're just trying to add another little item for some of the other adults. Do you have any questions?
Hey, Lynn, it's nice to meet you. I just wanted to say something. There's not going to be any type of like music or anything like that going on?
No.
Okay.
We're just a little ice cream store. The name is the Sandbar. And how we got the name was we collect all the sands, and we have customers bring sand in from all over the world. So there's conversation. It's very interactive.
Okay, great.
Family store. So, no, we're not going to be doing that.
Okay, and I was seeing that your time, you're going to stay the same hours. It's 11 to 8 p.m.
11 to 8.
Okay, so you're not going to extend it beyond because of the beer. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to make a comment. I live right down the street from the proposed, well, from the ice cream shop now, that the applicant wants to sell the beer, and I have really no problem with that because it's sold everywhere. And I mean, let's face it, John's Pass, you know, a lot of the t-shirt shops, you know, sell beer. The applicant certainly has done a great job of trying to improve the premises and make it very user-friendly. It's very, well, you've done a good job of it, and I see that. I would like to ask if we could approve it contingent on the issuance of the certificate of occupancy to make sure that, I'm sure that all the requirements will be met, but since Section 5, okay, kind of, it relates more toward, I think, coding, and this isn't coding, but I would like to see the work completed, okay, and make the approval contingent upon that issuance of certificate of occupancy. Thanks. Do a good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Floor is open for public comment on this item. Floor is closed. Any more comment?
Nope, but I would like to, do we need to have a vote on this, or is it, we do, don't we? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for alcoholic beverage license at 121 129th Avenue East, known as the Sandbar. Approve it contingent upon the issuance of the certificate of occupancy.
Okay. We have a second?
I'll second that, but I'm just waiting for the clerk to come back.
Vice Mayor Weinstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Douther,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is ordinance 2019-4. However, that is a duplication of an item that's under new business, so we were going to go past that until we get to the new business. So the next one is ordinance 2019-05. It's PD for the Schooner, first reading. Director Portell.
You want me to read it?
Thank you. I think the clerk will read the item into the record while I get the presentations up.
Ordinance number 2019-05, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, rezoning certain real property generally described as 14500, 14550, 14560, and 14503 Gulf Boulevard from R3 medium density residential to planned development, and also rezoning certain real property generally described as 106 145th Avenue and vacant parcels 09-31-15-87048-000-0710 located on 146th Avenue E and 09-31-15-54306-000-0030 located on 145th Avenue East from C3 retail commercial to plan development for a mixed-use development consisting of hotel with member services, retail uses, restaurant, and structured parking in a single development on facing sites across Gulf Boulevard, providing for development standards and conditions, providing for general site design, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, that was very long, I know. There are a number of parcels involved with this, and some of them don't have addresses, and so we have to identify them fully by parcel numbers, which explains the complexity of the title. What's proposed here is a planned development, and the purpose in the planned development is specifically that they want to go beyond the height restrictions that exist for the area. There's no proposed change to the intensity or density or the uses that are allowed within the district. So I want to go over several issues related to the PD and to this one in particular, because it's important that there are findings made when we review for a zoning change, in particular one that's specific of this nature. The purpose in the PD, according to our code, is to accommodate integration of well-designed developments, to associate zoning with plans and standards that are specific to individual projects, and to provide flexibility in design, encourage innovative approaches to design, assure development is functional, high quality, compatible with adjacent and nearby land uses, and further the planning goals of the community. Also, our PD encourages the mix of uses. And we are required, whenever we have an application for planned development, to have them conduct a neighborhood meeting. To notice that meeting, a minimum of 200 feet from the site. In this case, they requested notice labels for 300 feet. They conducted the hearing as required here in City Hall. The owners and tenants of neighborhood properties came. There were actually quite a few people came and participated in that. There's a video and transcripts provided. Those are available online, and some of that material has already been provided for you in your packet. No assurances were made of design change or function at those hearings, and that's important because if those assurances are given, we have to include them in the conditions according to the language of the PD ordinance. I have provided some slides here, and also in your package you have quite a bit of data. I know it's hard to sort through, but I've kind of boiled it down by using the slides that describe really what they're asking to have regulated and set as standards. This is important because with the PD, a lot of times you have a whole lot of drawings that indicate design of buildings and such. And in this case, we don't have a set of design standards for the specifics of how the building looks on the outside, but we do have standards for how it would perform. So they talk about the size of the area, the footprint, the height of the building, and they've broken down how they would measure that over the design flood elevation, which here is 12 plus 2, and that what portion of that area would be air conditioned and the number of stories, which is 5 over the parking and rooftop, with a rooftop area. They are proposing a development, as the title said, of 2 buildings that face each other across Gulf Boulevard. They can be considered a single site, as I'll detail a little bit more as we go through. So they've broken down the site area and the size of the buildings individually here for both buildings 1 and 2. Building 1 is the taller one on the side of the Gulf, and building 2 would be the smaller one. They can go into, I think they're going to give you a more detailed view of how they want to separate things when they make their proposal. Of course, it's in your packet. But I wanted you also to see the property from the view of the property. This is across the street, or actually this is the existing property that's being proposed for development for building 1. And of course looking north on Gulf Boulevard. This is looking to the northeast from the property on Gulf Boulevard. Directly east, you can see the parking lot there that is a portion of the site to be redeveloped. This is looking south on Gulf Boulevard, and that is the retail building that would be redeveloped. And more directly, you can see the county park. This is immediately adjacent to the county park, or the county's parking lot, I should say. Actually, the beach area is city property, but the parking lot itself is the county's. So there are several findings that we have to evaluate. One is that it has to be consistent with the comp plan. We found that both the staff and the Planning Commission agreed that it was consistent with the comp plan and with the code. You will notice that there's a long list of conditions attached to this, and that there are little comments behind each of those conditions. That's because our PD ordinance requires us to collect a extensive amount of material and information about each PD. In some cases, that list includes comments such as missing information. And the reason for that is that we, in our PD ordinance, require them to give us the required standard, the existing condition, and the proposed standard. And in all cases, they gave us the proposed standard. Of course, we already know what the existing standard is. That's our job. And what the requirements are. But in some cases, they didn't fill in all of the holes for the existing where they may be nothing at all. So we'll just need them to go back and put in the holes in their chart, no building or something of that nature. It's a matter really of kind of housekeeping on the documents themselves. There are also many things throughout the documents that can't be provided at this time. For instance, we require that they have Swift Mud and FDOT final permits, but by state law, they are unable to get those until after we approve the zoning and go through a site plan review process. So we really need to update the standards and requirements we have in our code that to better reflect really kind of not only the state law, but also just best practices in planning and what order things come into us, how much detail we really can require at what points in the development. So what we found that reviewing it, that any missing information was really, as I said, clerical or housekeeping, except for the details that they are unable to provide this time because of the need to get additional information during the site plan process. And that those things that aren't in the documents right now do not prevent them from meeting the code eventually, as long as they meet all of the conditions as listed. The use is permitted by both land use and zoning. The current proposed use are seasonal tourist oriented for the west side of Gulf, and in keeping with policy 186 of future land use policy, that is the requirement of future land use. The east side proposed uses are for hotel, retail, and associated structured parking. That area is designated to be, in the comp plan, to be redeveloped and encouraged for tourist oriented uses. So this is in keeping with that activity or that goal. It's consistent with the single site policy because the countywide definition of a single site includes policies or projects that may straddle a road, that you can have a roadway between them. Both floor area and density are calculated for the project as a whole in keeping with the countywide density intensity averaging policy, and we are consistent with the county plan in accordance with our own plan. The finding also that they are consistent with standards and practices, that is that everything that is required can and will be required and provided before any permits are issued. So as soon as the data is available within the process, it will be provided or no permit will be issued. It meets all provisions they will meet all provisions for stormwater, traffic impact, safety, coastal development, and of course floodplain management. All building codes and the development review process will be used. Now you know we have a development review process that has a site plan process, so they will have to have all the details of that site plan requirement included in that review. The The design furthers the comp plan goals in that it provides retail on the ground level. That is a comp plan goal. It reduces the parking footprint by structured development. It proposes, they are proposing a pedestrian bridge over the Gulf Boulevard. They pay careful attention to architectural detail in terms of scaling and buffering, and they consolidate development of several lots into a single parking function, which should increase traffic safety. The height restriction is necessitate the PD. As I said, that throughout the city we have land that provides or allows for a certain density or intensity of use, but you can't get to that because of the combination of setback and height requirements. There isn't enough building space provided under the normal site plan review process to allow you to get to that density. So the only way to do that is with the PD, which is why they are here. The PD also, it allows for the mix. It provides you the opportunity to get a mix and also to get a different site layout to get more open space and buffering. Also, in this case, they have structured the density and designed the project to step down towards the residential use. The higher intensity is on the Gulf side. And then as you've seen in the documents and in the description of building number 2, it's a much smaller building with fewer units, and there's a lot of buffering behind it to step down into the residential area. The development impact will be addressed. The adequate capacity is available on all facilities, and it has to be demonstrated at the time of impact as per the state law and the city codes. The site design and building development will only be approved through the site plan process when required levels of service are met and approved by the appropriate reviewing agencies. All of that is in the conditions. Of course, they can't assure that until after they get at least the zoning done. The development with the inclusion of the conditions will serve the public interest in that the comp plan specifies we are trying to achieve redevelopment of antiquated and vacant property. We are supposed to promote infill development, provides the scale appropriate tourist accommodations, and promotes a mixed use accessibility and pedestrian supportive development type. Those are all the goals that are in your comp plan. And finally, the proposed pedestrian elevated pedestrian crossway would hopefully reduce some of the conflicts on the ground with pedestrian crossing, especially at that really tight point where you have the county park. They will be consolidating multiple entries into a single one, so the maneuvering on and off of Gulf will be reduced, the points of conflict, so that will help with traffic circulation. And of course, they will be upgrading to traffic circulation and access standards the way they are now. The same with drainage. This always gives us an opportunity to improve the drainage conditions. They will improve the built environment, another condition of your comp plan, by providing facilities that are up to date with modern standards. When we do redevelopment, we bring things up to code, improve the built environment's aesthetics, enhance the value of surrounding properties, provide retail services and associated parking, and enhance beach access adjacent to and in support of the public park. So the staff review indicates, and the LPA, which is the designation of your planning commission when they consider zoning applications. They agree that the requirements affecting the design and general function of the project are met and can be met with additional information and permitting without substantial redesign of the structure. So any changes that they have to make between now and then can be accommodated within the design the way they've presented it. So we are sure that it can meet standards, and we will make sure that it does before signing off on anything. The LPA recommendation for approval is conditioned upon all 21 of the staff listed requirements and their subsections being met prior to development approval. So what we are recommending is that you accept the LPA recommendations with all of their records and all the hearings for the meetings included in your records, accept that the findings that are stated by the Planning Commission as I've stated them here, and which are reflected in the whereas clauses in the ordinance here, so that you are making findings when you vote. Specify any changes or additions you want to conditions, and include those in any motion that you make. And then we recommend that it be approved with conditions. There, as I said, there's been quite a bit of hearing on this, a lot of public input. It was very positive. We really appreciate how many people came out and made their concerns heard and had very productive conversations with the developer in the neighborhood meetings in particular. And I think we've only had one person object to the development. There were some issues noted, and I think there are people here who may be willing to stand up and talk about their concerns and thoughts after the developer makes his presentation. Some of the things that noted that they'd like a simpler design for the pedestrian crossover, and something that's more consistent with the overall aesthetic or design of the community. Several neighbors suggested that the ground level crosswalk maybe be relocated to be in the same location as the overhead, so that there was a clear pedestrian zone and you weren't stopping one place and then being distracted by the bridge somewhere else. And hopefully they're here to talk about that. That, of course, would be an FDOT issue, but you could certainly request it. Several neighbors also noted that they preferred simpler architecture and not so many tower-type features on the top, just because of the height of the building and their own design preferences. So I would like to, I'm available to answer any questions. This is quasi-judicial. I'm prepared to answer any questions also by the petitioner. And when you are ready, I know that the petitioner is here with the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Bozak?
Mr. Bodzek, did you want to use the presentation? That is not recording it.
No.
Anybody got any good jokes? Sad?
Try again, please.
Go ahead.
Try again.
Try the mic again. Try no, the other mic, I think. No? Oh, he took it. Oh.
For the sake of the presentation, we can just have him present over there.
So come over here.
Yeah.
No, come over here.
Good evening. I'm Jack Boziak. I'm the architect and the owner's representative. Oh, now we got this. Try again. The project we're here to represent tonight is consists of the old Schooner Hotel, the adjacent hotel. Is that better? A little distance now. The adjacent hotel and the parcel across the street that consists of I've got to keep moving around, so. Okay. Jack Boziak again. The properties under consideration are the Schooner Hotel, the adjacent hotel, and the property across the street, which consists of presently some apartments. It was an office building that was converted into some apartments, and it's a big dirt parking lot, pretty much unpaved. Portions of it are paved. What we are requesting, the reason we came in for a PD is that, as staff mentioned, there are accommodations that are trying to be made to balance the properties a little bit differently. For example, there are presently 48 units on the Gulf side. Under the proposal, the units we would pull back on the Gulf side to 40 units to allow a restaurant and a club facility essentially attached to the restaurant with beachfront service. On the other side of the road, we would connect, this is a little bit loud, I don't know. We would connect the properties with a over-the-road footbridge, and on the other side, we would have 16 units over a parking garage with retail space on Gulf Boulevard. As I said, the 56 units total would actually be a reduction on the Gulf side by 8 units, and the parcels combined buildable area have a 1.13 acre total. Is this, I'm gonna try this. Okay, is this ready? Okay, this is a lot better. It was annoying the hell out of me. I don't, basically, now let me catch where I was on this. Essentially, the idea behind this was to try and come up with a landmark facility, a landmark resort hotel. With staff, when we met with them, we decided that to try to put in some commercial space, retail space across the street that was up on the road frontage. Basically, it's 2 parcels of retail with a fountain area in the middle that kind of breaks it up a little bit. On the Gulf side, as I said, there are 40 units on the Gulf side, 16 across the street. They'd be connected by a footbridge that would cross over Gulf Boulevard. The application for PD is essentially an attempt to try and allow you to balance some of these things, and in the compromises that evolve, come up with essentially a chance to do a unique development, perhaps a landmark property that would. Did I do that? I didn't touch anything on this. Okay, this thing is moving ahead. So this is a map, basically of the site location maps. This is the survey presently of the property. Once again, another survey. This basically comprises the 2 parcels with the footbridge going across. We had some comments from the commission that they didn't like the arched footbridge going across. We are going to go ahead and flatten it, run a straight bridge across the Gulf Boulevard. Well, essentially, there was some comments that came back in that they didn't care for the curve. Yeah, we'll open up for questions later. But as I said, the property, as the application with the PD, is basically allows us the leverage or the ability to compromise some of these things and balance the property a little bit more. This is a parking layout for both sides. essentially the parking garage on your left up there, the Gulf front, which also has parking. There are 93 total parking spaces with 10 bicycle parking spaces and 4 motorcycle parking spaces. There are 58 parking spaces on the, darn, this thing is moving. There are 58 parking spaces on the, in the parking garage across the street and 35 on the Gulf side. Essentially, the height, as in the report, is 60. We show it as 63 feet above grade. The Gulf Boulevard parcel is 38 feet above grade over the parking garage. The IRS on the thing, the allowable is 0.85. The proposed is 82.5. Excuse me. Pardon me. And the impervious surface ratio, which is next, is allowable 1.5, and 1.17 is the calculated. So essentially that, and this, we have setbacks of 25 feet from Gulf Boulevard, which is the required setback. We have a variation on the side setbacks of 5 to 8 feet, and we are 5 feet approximately on average away from the CCL, the construction control line. There is a rooftop pavilion that we are proposing, very much like some of the other ones that have been approved. This is the parcel across the street. You can see the fountain in the middle, the retail on both sides, and the 16 units that surround the pool deck area. This is the parking that's located underneath that facility, and once again, you can see the retail in the front with the fountain area in the middle with the courtyard. This thing's moving faster than I am. This is once again the courtyard area above the garage. The structure is 5 stories over parking, and the restaurant is on the pool deck level, which is essentially right above the parking level. I'm sorry, this thing is moving whether I hit it or not. Essentially, to run across a few of the other things involved. Sorry. Okay, don't hit these. That's what I've been hitting. Yeah, it's moving whether I'm hitting it or not. Essentially, there's an unusual combination of there are not very many sites remaining that would enable a landmark property to be put together. Unfortunately, a lot of the smaller boutique hotels are very compromised as to what they can maintain on the site and the viability of the properties as far as management and the necessary promotion and the necessary facilities to attract the kind of clientele that I think the beach resort communities are looking for. As I said, there are the restaurant, the pool, the club room, the rooftop pavilion, and about 3,000 square feet of retail. Essentially, that's pretty much it. I think that as I said, the way this thing is balanced out, we've gone from the 48 existing units and the functionally obsolete hotels that are on the Gulf Boulevard side of the road. That over the years I've done some repairs on those for prior owners, and as the balconies have separated and the buildings have gotten into pretty bad repair. That's essentially my presentation on it. I'm available to answer any questions. Let me get back up where Okay, I'm back to answer any questions, and and generally speaking, as you know, the properties have been really underutilized over the years over there. They have just really been a very sad state of repair. They've been repaired a number of times, As I said, about 8 or 9 years, 10 years ago, we had to reattach all the walkways and balconies back to the buildings because they were separated and in pretty bad disrepair. Across the street, as you know, that's been a very underutilized piece of property for a number of years also. It has had an office building that they converted some of it into apartments. It's not a very well-kept property as far as the parking lot goes because part of it's dirt and the other part of it is the paved section behind the existing building. In the rear, there is a piece where we have our retention located that we intentionally kept separation because we created the separation between us and the residential zoning in the back of the building. I can show that to you actually on one of these if I can find my way around here. That's actually, if you see the left-hand side where the parking garage is, you can kind of see what looks like a tree-lined retention pond in the back of the property, which would be on the left. That's on the left-hand parcel at the far left in the back. That is essentially left as the residential buffer to the residents that exist in the back, even though some of those are multifamily. In essence, I mean, I think we tried to do a pretty creative job. We had a little bit plainer building, and everybody seemed to think that we should try and do something there that had an impact. As you know, it's got the public parking lot to the south, the county parking lot that is adjacent to the City of Madeira Beach beaches that the city owns on that side. It has a very clear view down the beach, and we felt that a building that made a statement as you drove up and down Gulf Boulevard and could see this building and the overpass as you approached it would make this a unique property. And there are very few opportunities to do unique properties in any of the beach areas anymore because of the failure to maintain large parcels. They're mostly very small parcels that allow 15, 20 units at the most, which are very hard to manage and very hard to make a success of financially. So that basically is my presentation on this. I can answer any questions you may have. We had a very successful meeting with the planning board. We had some very successful neighborhood meetings. I think generally speaking, we've tried to address everybody's issues and have tried to make it as compatible as we could for working within the planned development structure. Before my microphone goes out, by the way.
It's a great what? It's a great project. Why is this doing this? Anyway, my own concerns are, I think it needs to fit more in with the quaint village, fishing village that we are. And the turrets and the fanciness, I would like to kind of tone down personally. And as far as the overhead walkway, I'm not in favor of that. The town center is perhaps having one themselves, and then somebody else is going to want one. It'll set a precedence, and next thing you know, it'll look like Vegas with walkovers everywhere. So that's my only comment.
Okay. Yes, I've lived through it too, and I also believe that it's definitely in need of it's got a lot of potential. Both of those lots have a tremendous amount of potential. And I think that my concerns were, well, let me ask you one thing. This has not gone before the Planning Commission, has it? Yes, it has. Why? I thought we were supposed to see it first. No? Okay. Okay, I'm just asking. Yeah.
Okay,
If we could take a 5-minute break to kind of cure these issues with the microphones, Madam Mayor.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test, do we want, like, see, I have here where I think I can mute people. Yeah.
I mean, it's hot.
Yeah. But let's see.
Should not be.
Let's see if I hit this. Hey, Kurt, I have a button here that looks, I can turn on Ralph's. See, watch, I can hit this button and I can turn him off.
You got me. That's the first I knew. I didn't even know those buttons existed.
So,
I wonder if there's any others on any other days.
certainly. Let me turn off the Yeah, talk about that. I think you can turn on all the mics, and I can cut them off.
Right. One, two. Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2.
Test. 1, 2, 3.
Test 4, 5, 6.
Test 7, 8, 9.
Test 10, 11, 12. Looks like we're good all the way around.
Mayor, if you'd like, you can bang your gavel. Bang your gavel to bring the people back to order, if you'd like. Just go.
The meeting is reconvened at 7:51.
And Madam Mayor, I was answering a question, I think, to
Right.
Commissioner Weinstein regarding process.
Right.
This is a zoning, and it follows a state directed process for adoption. This being an ordinance to change the zoning for under 10 acres that's initiated by the property owner would follow the same process you do for normally adopting an ordinance. It does require that you get a recommendation from your local planning agency, which is designated as your planning commission.
Okay.
And so always, that's the norm. Unless you initiate and send something back to the plan board to come back to you with a recommendation. Normally, people come in, make an application, the staff reviews it, sometimes for months before we're willing to take it to the planning commission, and then get to the planning commission. They make a recommendation to you. You have to have all that before you have a hearing.
Okay, so I might have been just thinking of another issue or another scenario, okay? So I think what I was curious about, though, is when y'all were talking about the height, okay? You've got 60, somewhere in here, okay, it says 66.6, 66 feet and 6 inches. So is the current height requirement in Madeira Beach 40 feet? Is the current tallest part that could be built? So are we really going above, I guess, 26 feet? Is that?
There's different height requirements for each district, and unfortunately the code regulates them differently. In some places it says the total building from ground, other places it says the building from the base flood elevation. And at this moment, I can't remember exactly which height it is on one side of the building, or Gulf Boulevard, as opposed to the other, because there's two different zonings. I believe that the highest you would be able to get would be a total of 4 stories, and that would be pretty narrow floors, because from the ground, I think the highest you could get was supposed to be 60, including the whole building, or 40 above base flood. It's difficult to get more than 2 or 3 stories in.
So under the code, you have the properties on the bay side of the road or the east side of the road. Those are R3, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so R3, section 110-232, normally the maximum building height states, no building in the R3 medium density multifamily residential district shall exceed 40 feet in height or 3 stories, whichever is more restrictive. And then on the other side of the Gulf, on the beach side, I think you're C3. There was a point in your table where you said there was R2 also. Is there R2 and C3, or is it just C3?
At the rear of the that rear parcel where the retention pond is, that's an R2.
R2, but the
R3
part you're building on is C3.
Yeah, we're building on the C3 and on the R3 actually.
And as you
But you're not building on the R2.
No, we're not.
So R2 had a restrictive 30 feet from the base flood elevation to the eave line, but they're not putting any buildings in R2. And the C3 is 110.322. No structure, or maximum building height, no structure in the C3 retail commercial district shall exceed 30 feet in height or 2 stories, whichever is more restrictive, unless otherwise provided in the land development regulations. Then it says B, multifamily tourist dwelling units in the C3 retail commercial district shall not exceed 40 feet in height or 3 stories, whichever is more restrictive. And then there's an issue about where they measure that 40
Exactly.
feet from, whether it's, because the first one there, the R2 is the only one that says you measure it from the BFE
Right.
to the eaves. The other ones don't say where you measure it from, so you go to the definition section, and those are different. But
Yes.
generally speaking, and it's not, the applicant in this case has specifically said where they're measuring from 63 feet above grade to the roof deck, or 52 and 6 inches above freeboard to the roof deck. And then on the beach side, 38 feet above grade to the roof deck. So that would seem to meet the 40 feet on the beach side, no matter where you measure it from, because it's from grade. Assuming, yeah.
It's difficult because, and there are other sections that measure it even differently.
Yeah.
All of that has to be cleaned up.
But the PD allows them to exceed the maximum height limits that are in the regular
Correct.
R3 and C3 zoning. But I don't think they're exceeding C3 anyway. They're just exceeding it in R3. That would be on the Bayside parcel.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, well, getting that in order then, because I was just trying to figure out how high above the current, the current maximum would be in our city. So I think I've got that. But I do think that the project does have some potential because there's a lot of area there, there's a lot of space there that can be utilized. I mean, it's looked, horrible for years. But I really, I gotta ask, or I gotta say that I think my only concerns with it or issues with it is visually, is the design on it. Okay, I know that Mediterranean design might be fine for anywhere else and anywhere, but to me, I just don't think it's our beach. And I think I really would like to get away from it, okay? I remember so many projects, as you do probably, Jack, that have started off looking very beachy and became horrible looking in our city.
Yeah.
And I really do think that. So I'd rather get started off on the right track and wonder if it's a possibility, that the owners, that you all could, I guess, go back to the drawing board and not for the, inside of it or anything like that, but for the visual way it looks. A Key West look. Now, I don't know what a Key West look really, kind of looks like, but I remember, for instance, what our parking garage was supposed to be on the corner of 129th and Gulf Boulevard. And initially, the conceptual design was just great. It was so, beachy looking. So I'd really like to see that. And with regards to the, that's my only issue there, but with regards to the pedestrian bridge, I have, I guess, thoughts about that too. I think that because we don't have any bridges, we don't have any pedestrian bridges now, and I don't know that that's the right way or the wrong way to go. But I think that if the Board of Commissioners, I think that if the city chooses to go that way, that we need some kind of a theme or a central thing. I don't want this to look like Las Vegas, and I don't want it to look like Victorian England and have, all different kinds of bridges and all different shapes or whatever, different designs. So I would like to suggest or like to ask if it could be recommended that the developers, that you all could work with the city, especially to get some kind of a design standard before this goes, design standard for the pedestrian bridge, if you really want that. Okay, if that's a direct concern for your development, then I think that we need something that shows us.
I think we had previously said that there were.
I was not
there was a
here
comment,
for any
no,
meetings.
No, I know, but there was a comment that was brought up by one of the commissioners, and I don't remember who it was exactly at the time, but that they also thought that a flat walkway across without as much of a design element to it was more appropriate. So. And at that time, we said we would, we naturally have to go through the FDOT process to get it approved in the first place. But we said we'd work with staff on making sure that it fit what everybody felt was was meaningful design for what,
Right.
you know, for
Is that a real important component of the project to have that pedestrian bridge? I
Well,
mean, is
believe
that,
it or not, we had a lot of positive comment to that in all the meetings coming up, because people were saying that, you know, the walkways are they interfere with traffic, and in that big parking lot there, we didn't get any negative response to the fact of having a footbridge, not looking at the design of it, but we didn't get any real negative response to the footbridge. And the idea was that with a parking garage on the other side, you have an elevated walkway coming across from a deck level, essentially. So it's not, you know, we didn't get any other negative impact or comment other than that it should be plainer. That was the only comment. And to be honest with you, I forget when we discussed it where that came from with the commission. But it was,
Madam Mayor, if I may, the city attorney has a correction for the public record with regards to the zoning for the property.
The buildings, I think, are reversed. It's the north arrow is upside down. The taller building is on the beach side.
correct,
The shorter building is on the east side.
correct.
The east side is R or C3. And the beach side, building 1, is R3. So the 40 stories R3 is on the beach side.
Wow, that's
Correct.
different. No.
40 feet.
40 feet, yeah.
So I'm sorry, not stories, feet. 40 feet normal maximum height, or 3 stories, R3 is the beach side. So they're going to be exceeding that a bit. The R2 and C3, and they're only building on C3, is on the east side of the road. That's 30 feet in R2, 30 feet and 40 feet for resort hotel, and 40 feet in the C3. And they're going to 30 feet above grade to the roof deck. So they're probably within the height limit, even without the PD, for the east side of the road, but not for the beach side.
Yes, the beachside zoning all the way down the beach is R3.
Right.
I think most people are familiar with that, except it's the county's piece of land right there,
Right.
which is park.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, Director Portell, for the sake of this conversation and the discussion, we're looking at the elements in the PD, not really getting into the design elements of the actual hotel and the commercial aspects.
That's correct. They haven't actually been proposing a specific architectural design. They have an option
Right.
there. But the commission can give general direction,
Right.
you know, to style type things, but we don't want you to get the idea that what was drawn there was exactly what was going to be built, because that was for mass in a possibility. It was conceptual.
And if I may add on to that particular point, is that in our conversations with the development group, that they really wanted to make it a staple and a landmark hotel in our community, similar to that of something that you would see like the Don Cesar, to where it is a welcoming point for our community. So that's why the architectural features and the design elements were a little bit more of a higher quality than you would normally see in certain developments throughout the region. Also, one of the things that I do want to say is that in our conversations with them, there is a desire to genuinely work with the Board of Commissioners and city staff to make this a win-win for all entities involved. So one of the things I don't want us to do is try to design the hotel today, but understand that we have a lot of opportunities through a development agreement to really get it to where both parties feel that it is something that we as a community can effectively be proud of. But the developers did not want to put up something that's consistent with a development that you would see anywhere in the state of Florida. It wanted to be something and really showcase Madeira Beach and really set the development standards. So that's why you see a lot of the different architectural features and some other elements associated with that, because as redevelopment occurs, you're going to see the community evolve and change. And if we want to, similar to what you're seeing in Pinellas County, they want to attract visitors to the county, but they want to attract a smaller number of visitors that are willing to spend more money in the community, so you're not having the congestion. And one of the things that I commend the development team about is that they didn't want to create a product that made it spring break 2019, 2020, 2021. They were looking for a higher quality clientele to really create a boutique style hotel that is something that is a 4 or 5 star outfit. So that's why you see a lot of the different architectural features, but those things can be worked through. And I have confidence in the group because every step of the way, they've been upfront with us. They've actually exceeded the notice requirement based on the direction that the board wanted to go with respect to informing the public. So I just don't want us to get really hung up on some of the nuances, because I think there's other opportunities for us to talk about features and elements and those types of things. But staff believes, based on the findings and the due diligence and the yeoman's work that Director Portell and her staff has put with respect to the conditions, I think we'll be able to get to a point where everyone can be excited about this property being redeveloped and be a showcase piece for the city of Madeira Beach.
I just might mention as to the height, if you look on the rendering, even though it is a little more detailed than what you can see the roof of the adjacent air dam building. This is about the same height as the adjacent building. You see that there are 2 lines. If you come off that last tower to the left, you'll see 2 lines. They were kind of cut off in the you can see it more clearly over here. It shows the outline of that building on this rendering here. It got cut off actually in the PowerPoint. So that's the height of the adjacent building, just to give you an idea. And on the other side of the road, it's a similar situation. It's actually a little bit lower than the building to the south. Just to give you some clarification of that question.
I've got a bunch of questions. Number one, we keep getting projects put in front of us, be it the town center, be it this, be whatever. But we stop. We're not looking at the infrastructure and what the infrastructure of this can handle. Where do we stop, and where do we start looking at the infrastructure and say, enough is enough, the water, the electric, the roads, everything. We're not doing that. We just keep approving buildings, but we're not working on the infrastructure. And I think that's what we really, really need to concentrate on before we go any further, is the infrastructure of this city. That's number one. Number two, I've brought up and have been for 2 years now, impact fees. Where are the impact fees on this type of thing? We just keep pushing that can down the road and we're not getting it answered. I know you've said many times, well, I'm working on it, I'm doing stuff like that, but it's been 2 years that I've been asking about the impact fees to help us with the infrastructure. Next thing I have on my list is, and we brought it up, and I know this is brand new, but we're asking for, everything I'm reading, they're saying electric cars is going to be the thing within 20 years. Everybody, over 40% of the cars are going to be electric. I'm asking for at least 25% of all parking in your building to be hooked up for electric cars. Not that other cars can't park there, but we need to move forward and we need to move green. I really do believe that. Ms. Portell brought up, she said 5 over parking. Is that 5 over 1? Is that 5 over 2? Is that 5 over 3? Is that 5 over 4? You're not defining what 5 over parking is. I need to know, it's 5 over 1, or is it 5 over 2? What are we talking about? It's very confusing. And the next thing is, I think before we approve the project, in the walkover, that you get approval from FDOT that we can do a walkover. It looks great in the pictures, don't get me wrong, it looks great. but is FDOT going to approve you doing a walkover? Same as when, for the town center, to walk over to, you know, Archibald Park. Is the FDOT going to approve these things? You know, we talk to, oh, this is great, this is beautiful, and all that kind of stuff, but are we going to get approved on these type of things? Everything I've heard from past times is FDOT's always said no on that. So, you know, where are we truly at? These are some of my issues, with the main one being the infrastructure. One last thing, you know, looking at the picture you had, you know, we're saying it's 66 feet, but when you add those towers on, those towers are 10, 15, 20 feet taller. So now instead of being a height of 66 feet, you're at 86 feet, you know, with those towers you have on there. And to me, that's very misleading.
Well, just to answer a couple of your questions, one is typically the height's measured to either the roof deck or the intermediate line of a pitched roof, one or the other. So that's how it's measured. Elements like stair towers, elevator towers, all that are allowed to, yeah. And
I think that's different than the towers.
the decorative towers on this
Decorative towers,
are, yeah. But decorative elements typically are allowed. But I understand where you are on that. Just to address impact fees, we do pay impact fees in Pinellas County, very severe impact fees. They go to the county. The city only gets back a small percentage of them, from what I understand. The city does not get a very big, but we do pay really severe impact fees with it.
I don't think we have impact fees at Pinellas County.
Yeah.
You do.
We would be collecting impact fees. We have several, but in particular with the roadway, they would have to pay impact fees, and all of that detail of exactly how many trips and what their impact would be based on FDOT's approved methodology for measuring their trips, and it would be included in the development agreement. This being a PD, you have to have a development agreement that's a contract between the city and the developer for very specifics, such as the payment of the impact fees.
Have we set up definite impact fees for our city?
Well, those are, for the traffic, that's defined
By the county.
By the county, and
But for our city, have we set up impact fees?
no.
I'm not sure that that's...
We don't have a roadway
Right.
impacted by that.
With respect to the impact fees, first, the statute requires that you have to go through a comprehensive study to effectively levy impact fees. The types of impact fees we would levy would probably be fire, recreation, certain other impact fees, because the county provides the water, the sewer, and then they have to provide, the developer has to basically go to the county, and the county has to have an ability to serve. In the event that there's improvements that have to be made to infrastructure, force mains, those types of things, that is on the developer's dime. So this is one step in the process, and there's other entities that effectively will be involved, but they do pay impact fees, the water, sanitation, sewer, all that. That's something that they would work with the county, and the county would say, yes, with the existing infrastructure in place, we can provide the service, or no, we have to upgrade lines to be able to do that. Mr. Developer, you're on the hook for X, Y, and Z. Plus the impact fees, it's very specific with regards to the use of those fees. So in the event that we levy impact fees for fire or recreation or what have you, we can only spend it in that district. We cannot utilize that money to pay down debt or to go ahead and make investments on another part of town. It has to be specific to the region in which the impact occurs. So, but that is something I did get a proposal from the University of Florida to do that. Being that we're a small city, it's the best way for us to do it is look at doing it through a interlocal agreement, because you would spend substantial amount of money to do a impact fee analysis, and it does take some time. But I do have the proposal. I think I got it a week and a half ago or something.
There are impact fees for the roads and utilities that we do pay, and they are sufficient. They are substantial fees that we do pay at the end. I don't recall. It seems to me that they are as high as $5,000 or $6,000 a unit, and typically I'm not 100% sure of that, but it is pretty substantial, and that's on top of your building department fees that go to the city. So that.
And if I
clarify your one other question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You want to?
I wanted to talk about the infrastructure and the impact fees just briefly, is to point out that because we require a site plan process with the PD, we have had to get conceptual approval on all of those, at least a capacity verification from the county for water and sewer, and also conceptual approval from FDOT, using FDOT's methodology to ensure that there's capacity on the road given the increase in traffic that they would generate. They would only have to pay for any increase that they were generating. So they'll get credit for what trips are already generated by those properties, and also will get credit for things like their water, their drainage, or they're going to be making substantial improvements to the drainage and to undergrounding utilities and things at their own expense, but they do get some credit for the impact they're already creating, and more or less be charged in terms of what additional impact they're making. And all of the assessments for things such as the roadways have to include anything else that's already been approved by DOT. So their assessment of traffic impacts and capacity on the roads has to include the town center and the Holiday Isle and anything else that's already been approved by DOT, as if it were already built and creating the impact.
And Director Portel, if I may, also with respect to impact fees, if impact fees were already paid for a development, you do get credit for that when redevelopment does occur to a degree, isn't that?
Yes, yes.
True? So even though it is a redevelopment project, there is credit associated with when the impact fees for such a development occurred.
And as I was explaining earlier, with the state had passed regulatory requirements a few years ago that that we are not allowed to hold up an approval for any kind of zoning or even a development approval based on the ability or willingness of the state to provide the permit. We can check to see with them if they have capacity available, but until the zoning is granted, they will not give us a final approval letter from FDOT, SWIFT-MUD, or any of the state agencies. They require us to go through the planning process and approve the development, at least at the zoning level first. It's when we get the final site plan that we require the final letters from FDOT and SWIFT-MUD, and we don't move forward with final site plan approval. But remember, we have a site plan process now, so they'll have to come back for complete detailed site plan approval. At that time, they're going to have the final letters. We're able to require them at that point.
Just to further clarify your one other comment, and that was that the drawings definitely reflect that it is 5 stories over one level of parking.
Yes.
I just thought I'd clarify that.
And that's on the standards,
on the Gulf side.
The table standards that are adopted with the PD as well. That limits the number of floors.
Across the street, it's two stories above one level of parking garage. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Do you have any issues with doing the electrical car hookups? Or?
Well, I think 25%, quite honestly, I wasn't going to mention this, but the Wall Street Journal about 2 months ago had a very interesting article about the fact that electric cars are probably going to wind up in the long run not being the answer. They're talking about hydrogen run cars eventually replace them because of the problems with lithium batteries, that there's a limited supply of lithium, and the article was in the Wall Street Journal. I go through it every day. It was a couple of months ago the article was in there. So 25% is pretty heavy because you'll find that there's such a low percentage of electric cars right now, and they're really expensive stands to put in to each spot. 25%, I would think. I think some jurisdictions are creating something like a few percent at the most. I could see your concern, and I think that the other part of that is that you do have to kind of limit the parking in those spaces, because if you have, even if you had 25%, if there were that many electric cars around and they couldn't get to the stands, it would be worthless to have them in there. So, I mean, I do think that they should be specifically designated spots when they do occur. I would encourage the the city to look into what other cities are doing as far as percentages, but I do know 25% would be a prohibitive. Those columns, I think, are around $5,000 or $6,000 once you get the power to them a piece. So they're almost, you know, a quarter of the cost of developing a parking space in a garage.
Thank you.
But I do understand, and I think, you know, that's something the staff could look into for you and give you a recommendation.
Well, and Commissioner Dowd had mentioned that last month specifically, and we'd already begun doing research to bring something back to the commission on what the standards are around the country and the region. So we have begun to get to a point where we've got some real data on what others are requiring.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bozak. Well, I think I'll open the floor for public comment.
Got a good battery. Robert Preston, 425 South Bayshore Drive, Madeira Beach. Boy, I'm sitting back there just boiling, just thinking about Mayor Black, Douthert, and Oakley in Madeira Beach United, how they crushed the new town center with all the efforts that they did, and you did. You took something that was going to be really nice and turned it to something less. This is an awesome addition to this city. Why do you want to destroy something that would be good for this city? I don't like the walkway. I don't like the way it looks or whatever. I saw the artist rendering, and I thought, wow, what an addition to this city. It shouldn't cause you any problems. It's not going to block your water view like the Level Rocks property that you were so concerned about. Why don't you do something that's good for the city instead of something that is bad for the city? For a change. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Mike Burke. I'm at 14401 Gulf Boulevard, Madeira Beach. I'm the president of our condominium association, the 18-unit building there beside the Speedway and on the south side of the planned development. I wanted to say that we haven't had any formal meetings on it, but in speaking to the owners in the building, we are generally supportive of the application. We think it will improve the area. The 5-story limit, we think, was very important for the board to put in place when it did. I'm concerned in particular about the turrets or the decorative towers rising up above the 5th floor. I think that does some violence to the notion that it's a 5-story building when you look at those drawings. The most beautiful feature of Madeira Beach is the sunset, and the turrets get in its way that much sooner. On the layout of the building, we're primarily concerned about the east side of Gulf. The access off of 146 is very helpful. We would prefer no access off of 145. Otherwise, what we find is there's the pressure of illegal parking on us. The overhead wires that run along the west side of Gulf, we assume those wires will be buried in front of the new schooner development. We would ask the board to consider asking the county to bury the wires in front of their parking lot at the same time. Since it is going to be done, there will be that kind of disruption. May not do any good, but it probably would be timely to ask them. The overhead pedestrian crossing, we see all the close calls at that pedestrian crossing that's right at the center of our building. And there's, like, the close calls happen multiple times every day. There was concern expressed about the distraction of the overhead crossing. Drivers are distracted enough and wait long enough now to stop before they hit the a pedestrian or the crossing. And it would be another distraction. I think it would be helpful to ask DOT if they would have any rules about how close a level crossing would be with an overhead crossing, and whether the level crossing should be moved to the overhead crossing or not. Traffic engineering is a science to itself, but it would probably be helpful to have a traffic engineer look at that. But again, as the architect was saying, generally supportive of the notion of the overhead crossing.
Steve Kochick, 15301 2nd Street East, Madeira Beach. It's always good to see a new project coming in, especially the planned developments. The idea of the planned developments was the ability for the community to work with the developers to get what we wanted for our community. It becomes very difficult, I know, when sitting up on the board, that's one voice in the community, and to destroy any project just on your own personal want, or whether you like it or dislike it, really isn't fair to the full community. I know where you used to have big meetings, not only with the immediate 200 feet, we'd have the whole room filled with people, and we'd have the pictures up, and there would be back and forth discussion so that the developers would see that they're wanted, and that that the people would get what they wanted also. I have two questions, really. One is, what would be the width of the sidewalks that would be in front of that? Because one of the things with the master plan was to have wide sidewalks where you would walk from one end of the city to the other, and having visual sights along the way that you wouldn't even realize how far you were walking. And wide sidewalks accommodate that, so people can go both ways and not bump into each other, really. The other thing is, what is the width of these buildings along Gulf Boulevard, the ones that are on the Gulf side? How wide, what is the width of that building along the Gulf? Sometimes what we had done in the past was to keep from having a wall was to break it down where you had a view corridor through it. And it allowed people to see the sunlight and maybe some of the beach and the water as they went across. And you'll see some of the buildings that were in the past were designed that way. And it turned out to be a lot better than just having a solid wall like the Sorrento. You walk down and all you got is a wall, a 250-foot wall. That was not part of the planned development. The planned development was the working between the community and the developers. And of course, the commissioners are part of that community. But to destroy any project just on your own whim is really not fair to the majority of the community as a whole. John, your questions, I'm sure, could be answered in the land comp plan. All those things are figured in way in advance of what we are even close to now. And the other thing is, if there's questions on the zoning and everything, please let the professional staff handle it. I know the city attorney, he's looking it up. Pretty sure Linda can talk it right off the top of her head, most of those things. Let's let the professional speak to who it addresses to. If there's a legal problem, that's what we have the gentleman for. Just my suggestions. Thank you.
I'm a business owner at 14603 Gulf Boulevard. and I just wanted to come up and just give a voice of support to this project. Those two lots are obviously underdeveloped, dilapidated. The Schooner Hotel, it's a very substandard structure. The Reddington Realty side is basically an empty lot. It's an eyesore to this community. The fact that this development team wants to do this in Madeira Beach is a blessing. It's a godsend. It helps everybody. It hurts nobody. And I really do believe that it should really just have everybody's support, like full support. Like, this is amazing that these gentlemen want to do this in Madeira Beach. We're an interior design firm that and again, I know this is a zoning meeting, but everybody seems to be talking about the look of the building. We worked on the Hotel Zamora down in St. Pete Beach. It's a hotel, if you guys are aware of that. And again, the way any project that we've ever developed starts, the way it starts and the way it ends is just contingent on so many factors. And I don't think the development team here tonight is trying to necessarily show you what the final building is going to look like, as much as they're trying to impress upon you that the need for a statement piece. And what that statement ends up being, I'm sure, is probably very slim chances that it's going to look like that, because there's so many other factors that are involved. But again, the big thing is that, I mean, this is an amazing project. It's great for Madeira Beach. It's great for Gulf Boulevard. It's great for that specific neighborhood of Madeira Beach. And it has my support as a business owner of Madeira Beach. And I really do believe that it has, I mean, everybody's support, and it should have your support as well. Thank you very much.
Tom Edwards, protected address. There are definitely some advantages with the new building, and it will help with taxes and making the area look a lot nicer. I do have a concern with the pedestrian walkway. I mean, I've born and raised here in Pinellas County, and if you look from Clearwater Beach all the way down to Paso Grill, we don't have pedestrian walkways. We don't need them. You got a building here that's 40 units on one side, 16 on the other. You can't justify generating the traffic. We're spending millions of dollars to go ahead and bury the utilities along Gulf Boulevard. It looks very nice what we've done on the north part of the town as we go down the Treasure Island and St. Pete Beach. You've got this beautiful vista. You don't have wires hanging across the roadway. You don't have wires running along the roadway. Why are we going to disturb it with having a walkway across? It's going to look ugly. And you can go ahead and redesign the pedestrian walkway and use it for the county park and for this project. But I think it's going to be a mistake to go ahead and start and allow walkways to come across roadways all the time. Mr. Boziak has proposed doing this over Gulf Lane. We have a single lane road, and he proposed doing that at one time down there. So I would just encourage you not to go ahead and approve the project with a walkway going over there. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Edwards. My address is protected. I'd like to read a letter, if I may, sent by a neighbor, Ronald F. Loggett, 13231 Gulf Lane, concerning the issue of the pedestrian bridge over Gulf Boulevard. A prior request approximately 8 to 10 years ago was denied to developer John Loader for the building of such a bridge from what is now Madeira Bay Resort at 13235 Gulf Boulevard to the sands of Madeira across Gulf Boulevard, which is now Barefoot Beach. Mr. Loader was considering purchasing the sands of Madeira and the property on the northeast corner of Gulf Boulevard and 133rd. Several public meetings were held with the commission and residents to review his proposal of the bridge. The proposal to build the bridge across Gulf Boulevard was objected to by many residents, and the commission denied his requests. The main reason for the denial was that the commission did not want to set a precedent for building such objects across Gulf Boulevard. Approving his request would have resulted in other developers wanting to build such structures which have detracted from the beach atmosphere. I would also like to add, and within my last minute here, that in developing the property, I rode by there yesterday when I was made aware of it, and I am aware of those buildings and the Schooner Motel. I think there needs to be some redevelopment there. Madeira Beach has been termed a fishing community, and it's really a shame that we can't see more buildings like the houses at 135th Avenue and Bogosiega Bay, the 7 Key West style properties, and that Madeira can't do more to encourage families to come and live permanently here on Madeira Beach and not just vacation here. My kids grew up here. One of their main complaints was there's no kids in our neighborhood. They had to go down to Treasure Island or into St. Pete or up to Seminole to play with their friends. So it's really a shame that the city can't encourage more individual, family-oriented housing, and that there can't be some development by developers for the city to make arrangements for this. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this subject?
Mayor, Commissioners, again, Jeff Beggins here, 429 Bocasiega Drive. I am one of the developers of the project, along with my father, Jim Beggins here, both residents of Madeira Beach, live in this town, love this town, and are very emotionally passionate about cool things. And I'm very glad that what was just said was brought up, because I've got a 3-year-old, and I'm raising my family in this town where there's not a whole lot of families in this town, and I choose to do it because I think it's a pretty cool place to raise a family. One of the major issues when we first purchased this property was to make a really cool family-friendly destination resort, and I think about my 3-year-old when in the whole design. The reason why the pedestrian bridge was even proposed to this is because on that east side, there's 16 units, and those are all larger 2-bedroom, 2-bath, family-friendly resorts with little splash pads and a place for families to be. And rather than have kids try to play Frogger and run across Gulf Boulevard and stress everybody out and run the risk of getting run over, the idea was to let's make a safe crossing. And then it went even further, saying, okay, how about everybody else? Madam Commissioner, you walk all the time around town. How about all the other neighbors that walk around town? Let's make a safe crossing for everybody. Now, close calls are one thing, but deaths are another, right? And 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 is too many. So the burden financially goes on us to do something that we don't have to do, but I do believe passionately that it's the right thing to do for safety and family and future. Now, I 100% agree with the design standards and making sure that if this were to go through, and if FDOT even approves it, that to work with you guys, because I live here, I'm not just somebody flying in town trying to make a project, to make sure that we come up with a standard that would work in the event somebody else did one down the road. Who knows? We all know there's not many other parcels up and down this beach in this town that are gonna have east-west access that's contiguous so you can even do this in. So I don't think the comments of this becoming Vegas are very accurate or realistic, because there's not that many parcels that can even do this. But I think that if we work together and we can come up with a cool design element that works. So in the event something else happened, it was consistent with the design that, at the wishes of the commission, made sense. And I just want to refresh that this idea was not to pigeonhole in for this design and this look. It's for the impact and the statement of being Madeira Beach is a really cool town. And it's something, wow, look at that. Not, oh my God, look at that, wow, look at that. You have a sense of presence. When we met one-on-one with different places, there was an arrival place. It was a place that everybody in this town will be proud to have their families come into town, to go, their guests, to go out there, have a drink, walk the beach, and be proud of something. I mean, we can easily just throw up a box and bang it out and sell it and do just fine. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to do something that's a pride point for me and for my son and for my dad and for this town. We have a business here for 26 years. I live here, I'm not going anywhere, and I want to have that pride of this town and of this project. So this is about the PD, this is about the rezoning, and I can tell you that we will work with everybody on the design to make sure it's something that we'll all be proud of. So I encourage the approval of the rezoning, and we'll work together on how it looks, because I want everyone to be happy with it. So that's what I want to say.
Anyone else wish to speak?
My name is Jim Beggins, and I can't be outdone by my son. I've lived on the beaches here for 20-something years. Lived in Florida since 1965, Miami to Naples to Sarasota to Pinellas County. Lived in Indian Rocks Beach, Paso Grill, Tierra Verde, Madeira Beach twice. I've watched the growth around here. I've called Madeira Beach the slum of the beaches, even though I live here. I didn't cause it. I wanted to change it. I watched people move off the beaches to downtown St. Pete, and right now prices are more expensive in downtown St. Pete than they are on the beaches. That's a shame. They're starting to come back. I found the property where the 7 little houses are a few years ago, and it was disgraceful. It was owned by a dentist. There was a crack house on it, a little duplex that was a drug place. We found that it was a commercial lot that was the 7-Eleven guy, Doug, collected $10 a day for parking and gave $5 a day for each parking spot to the dentist. He tried to sell that property for years and years and years. I talked to him, we put it on the market, we found out that there were 7 lots under there. We went through a lot of stuff getting those houses developed and built. We now, my group owns 6 lots right behind our office in Madeira Beach, and we partnered up with Bill Carnes, who has had a lot of trouble here in this city. And we said, Bill, let's start from the ground up too and get rid of garbage in Madeira Beach. There were 14 units on that property. We could have built 12 duplexes on it. We chose to build 6 single-family homes. There are 2 completed. If you drive by there, they're little beach cottages. They're cute as hell, and we're going to build a lot more of them. So right now we're seeing that people are starting to be interested in coming back to the beaches. There's 19 little towns up and down the beaches. They all have little towns that they're doing nothing with. Madeira Beach is the first one that's getting people's attention to say there's finally something to do that will bring us back to the beaches. I would not let my grandson be in one of those things across that we're building without a way for him to get safely over to the beach to play in the sand. You wouldn't want any families with kids to be walking across Gulf Boulevard. As you drive up and down yourselves, you see what happens when people push the buttons. So that's the button. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Public comment is now closed on this item. Any more discussion from the board?
think that we've had a really good, good group of people get up and speak for it, and I think there is certainly the potential for that property. And like I say, the only thing, and I guess that this can go, I think that maybe we should continue on, okay, with the discussion, but what do we do about the pedestrian bridge if we're, you know, if we see or if we feel that having one will, in 2 or 3 or 4 years, want to bring us 5 of them, shouldn't we have some kind of a development or design standard that is discussed with, you know, with the developers? A design standard so that we don't have a lot of different styles, and is that something that we can work with now and move forward with it?
There's advantages to doing that, certainly, if the city can come up with a set of standards that's kind of universal to what the city's aesthetic is and would mix with the various types of and styles of development down the beach. As Mr. Bagan said, I don't think there'll be a whole lot of them, but even 2 or 3, if they were consistent, would give a sense of place. And that's always one of the things that we're trying to accomplish in urban planning, is that when people are driving down Gulf Boulevard, if they see more than one of these, they know they're in Madeira Beach. You know, we've created a kind of a feature that gives a unifying character to the city. And little things like that do help. I mean, we've talked before about things like even painting the crosswalks with art, or, you know, something that does help draw the whole city together. So that's certainly something that we could work with. The developer is interested in working on the design with us, as they've said, and if we were to, in the development process, come back with their design efforts and work with them and bring things back to the commission, we could set a design standard for that sort of thing. We can always have design standards and overlays, like a Gulf Boulevard corridor design standard. That's definitely a possibility, yes.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve on the first reading ordinance 2019-05.
May I suggest with conditions?
Oh, okay. Do I need to read the conditions, or?
Oh, no, just that the
okay.
conditions as listed.
Okay, with the conditions as listed, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Douther?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Knowing that they're going to work with the design, yes. The next item on the agenda is, thank you, is the interlocal agreement with Pinellas County for traffic control signals and related devices. Director Pierce?
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I'll be brief with this item. The Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, requires the local agency to maintain and pay electrical costs for street lighting on state roads within their jurisdiction. And we've had a previous agreement, or previous interlocal service agreement with Pinellas County and the city for traffic control signals and related devices agreement, and attached to this memo or this item is a copy of that. Then in December 2017, Pinellas County came and, or just to back up a little bit, with that agreement, basically the city took on the responsibility to maintain and the reimbursement that took place with that. In December 2017, the Pinellas County actually came and presented to the board a proposed plan to take over this responsibility from the city, to maintain it themselves and then get reimbursed, so there would be no basic maintenance or financial responsibility from the city's standpoint, and that was approved by the commission or the board. Recently, there's a new agreement for a new 10-year agreement, which Appendix A, and basically it's the same situation where Pinellas County will continue to maintain that responsibility of traffic signal maintenance and receiving reimbursement themselves. So that burden won't be with the city. With the exception of, in this new agreement, Appendix A pretty much says that there's just one intersection that is the responsibility of the city to take care of from a cost standpoint, and that's the intersection of DeHume Road, State Road 321, and Madeira Beach Causeway. So that intersection is not on FDOT roadways, and so in essence, the city has to maintain that and allocate the money annually for the cost of that, which in this appendix is $4,941. And again, that's something we're going to have to budget for for just that one intersection each year annually, and that may be adjusted by the county. And so before you is the new agreement, as the clerk has reminded me, and particularly the Appendix A, which indicates the $4,941 that the city is responsible in paying. So it's the recommendation of staff to approve this agreement. This new 10-year agreement will be actually through September 30th, 2028. And again, the main thing here is Appendix A, which indicates that cost that the city has to pay annually.
Well, I don't understand why that one intersection, I guess reading this, I still didn't understand it.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but basically the rationale is that basically this agreement and the reimbursement from FDOT is basically for intersections that are FDOT in nature, and this one intersection is not.
I thought that is FDOT in front of the school.
It might be in front of the school, but it's not at this one intersection of the Causeway and DeHume Road.
Well, that's in front of the school.
Yeah, the intersection of Doomy and the Causeway, based on the information that was provided to us from the county, is actually the city's responsibility of the maintenance and operation of that light. Because of the type of technology that's utilized to manage the lighting systems throughout the county, and the costs associated with it, the county said that they would assume the responsibility of repair and maintenance and those types of things for an annual cost, and it syncs up with all their particular traffic devices. You know, those types of situations whereby a city like us gets a situation or gets an asset like that, those are things that are probably in previous agreements umpteen years ago, and it just reared its head the other day when they communicated to us and say, well, no, effectively that is your responsibility. However, we would be willing to take over the maintenance of that, and here's the cost associated with it. Because right now, if there's something that goes wrong as it relates to that light, then Public Works would have to get a crew out there to repair and make any improvements there. As you know, with this particular type of agreement, the responsibility goes over to the county. And so it doesn't get us in the situation where we're managing one intersection in our community as far as light-wise.
I understand that. I guess I thought the road going all the way out that way was county road. you know, so that's why I didn't understand. You know.
This is the traffic light
But, yeah,
at the Hume Road,
yeah,
not on Causeway.
Yeah. It's a traffic light by the school.
Right,
Yeah,
it's just a county road.
It's a county road, but the city has the city's responsibility for the light. How that happened, you know, other folks would probably have to communicate that story, because we can find anything that in our records, but the county did communicate to us that no, it's your responsibility. Had we known that when we executed the previous agreement for the maintenance of all the lighting, that we turned over the responsibility and the reimbursement from FDOT, we would have done that in one fell swoop. But they reached out to Director Pierce and communicated that to him, and so we wanted to bring the agreement to be modified and put the appropriate funds in place to pay for the maintenance.
Yeah, it is a little quirky in its entirety here, but I agree.
Yeah, 'cause I've read it so many times, I'm going, this didn't make, at first I thought they were talking about Do Me by American Legion Drive, and I said, no, they're talking about Do Me and the Causeway. You know, so that's why it didn't make any sense to me that, because that's a county road.
In years past, the county and the state has argued about that forever, okay? For a long time, FDOT did take it over, okay? And then they pushed it back on the county. So they're just playing it back and forth. It's just a game, and we're the ones that have to pay that $4,941, and
Right,
there's no real answer to it.
And if you look at the situation that we had in the past, where we were the responsible entity and we would receive $30,000 or $40,000 from FDOT to do signal maintenance, then we decided to say, well, this doesn't make any sense, because then we're, you know, looking to assume the responsibility, now have to call the county out to work with us. So we decided to get into an arrangement with the county and transition the funding and the responsibility. But what happens is usually FDOT says, or the county says, hey, would you take on the responsibility of this and we'll pay you X amount of dollars? And cities sometimes say yes when the economy is good, and then when you turn back and you ask yourself, why are we in the place of maintaining one signal at an intersection as busy as that? It really doesn't make any good business sense for us, so that's why staff is bringing this forward to proceed forward with the execution of the contract with the county and remit the $4,300 so they can maintain the signal and manage it.
Discussion from the board?
No, I just think that we need to go ahead and pay it. I think someone's got to pay it, and it's, you know, the $49.41 for fiscal year 2019 has to be paid, and it's not going to go away. Okay, we have to pay it. So, bite the bullet and move that we pay it.
Floor is open for public comment on this item. Floor is closed. You have a motion?
Well, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the traffic signal maintenance agreement, the change in responsibility, and the annual payment of $4,941 for fiscal year 2019. And that does stay a static amount, doesn't it? I mean, it stays for the term of that contract.
Yes, it
Okay,
might.
it did last
It might
time.
vary a little bit, but it's basically
Okay.
about the same.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Weinstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Douthat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. Next item on the agenda was supposed to be the Planning Commission appointment. As we know, that was moved to a future date. Under contract agreements, we have the agreement with the City of Madeira Beach to loan a new street sweeper truck to Treasure Island and loan the vacuum truck and video truck from Treasure Island to Madeira Beach. City Manager.
Madam Mayor and members of the Board of Commissioners, since my tenure here in the organization, I've had an opportunity to establish a great working relationship with the City Manager of Treasure Island. And over the last couple of months and dating back even before then, we've been able to utilize some of their apparatus to address some of the concerns that we have in our community. Specifically, we've utilized their VATCon truck as well as their TV truck. The VATCon truck is something that we can look to clean out stormwater lines, and the TV truck is where we can actually TV the lines and see if there's any root infiltration as far as into some of our stormwater assets, to see if there's any illegal hookups or anything like that. In return, the city of Treasure Island has utilized our street sweeper to address some of the pervious concrete that they have installed in their community. So the city manager and I thought it was appropriate for us to memorialize this relationship in an interlocal agreement. Both entities would be responsible for the operational cost associated with the use of the vehicle. So whether it's fuel or other ancillary things that we would need to acquire to conduct the work that's necessary for our community. But we felt that it was something that both cities can benefit from. A VATCon truck will cost you about $325,000. Street sweeper, you're looking at about the same amount. So we want to resource share, because what's good for Madeira Beach is good for Treasure Island. If you haven't seen, our street sweeper has been out in the community. We've gotten that, some issues that we've had addressed. We have actually new employees that have CDL license, so we're actually aggressively going out there and sweeping the streets. Also, in my conversation with the city manager, he's also allowed for his personnel to come over here and assist as a stopgap measure to assist us during this interim period without having a public works director to help sweep our streets, as our staff can focus on other things. So at this moment, staff believes that it is a great opportunity for us to enter into an interlocal agreement with the city of Treasure Island and the city of Madeira Beach for the use of assets that both cities own and operate. And at this moment, staff recommends approval.
I think it's a great idea. I think it shares, yep. And didn't you say, or did I remember to ask you, city manager, when we're sharing, when they're bringing their equipment to Madeira Beach, it's our employees who will operate that equipment, right? Just like when we, okay. Mm-hmm. So there's no special insurance or anything like that?
There's no special insurance.
Okay.
And sometimes if there's some technical assistance, especially on the TV truck, they do send an operator to assist, and they don't charge us the hard cost for the operator. So it's been a very beneficial relationship.
Okay, but now on that TV truck, on the VATCon truck,
the VATCon truck is different from the TV truck. The TV truck is a small box truck, almost looks like a moving truck. And that is they have a rover basically that you drop into your lines, and what it does is it actually televises the lines to be able to see if there's any cracks or any abnormalities in the stormwater pipes or what have you, so we can go in there and say, okay, we need to slip line it or correct any of the issues. So it's basically a video camera on a little rover that you put into. Most entities utilize it in their sewer system, but we utilize it in the stormwater infrastructure that we do have. So when we're having the issues with the check valves, that was something that we can utilize to do that.
and was that the piece of equipment that was really so important that we utilized, that we put into, force, when those streets were done back on BOC?
When we purchased, what we needed in BOC was the street sweeper. What we purchased was the street sweeper, and then there was discussions about a smaller VATCon trailer to effectively go in there and be able to clean out the lines, because for us to purchase such a large piece of equipment like that, it would be cost prohibitive. We don't really necessarily utilize it to that need. So there was discussions about us purchasing the smaller trailer, but we do have in the budget about $10,000 to buy the actual camera to be able to put into the stormwater lines, to be able to TV the lines and take a look for it ourselves. But if we wanted a little bit more assistance and better equipment, we have that flexibility through the relationship with Treasure Island and their operators.
I think it's a great idea.
Floor is open for public comment. Floor is closed. Any more discussion?
No, I'd like to move that we prepare that or sign that interlocal agreement between the city of Madeira Beach and the city of Treasure Island.
Will City Clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
Yes.
Commissioner Doubtford?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. Next item is backhoe purchases. City Manager?
Madam Mayor and members of the Board of Commissioners, this item before you is to seek authorization to purchase a Caterpillar 416F backhoe loader. In my conversations that I've been having weekly with Public Works staff, there is a lot of equipment that is in desperate need of repair, and in some cases, it is at the end of its useful life. This particular apparatus, the backhoe, we acquired it in 2008. It was already a 2005. We utilize it very aggressively, and it is a major asset as it relates to disaster response and emergency preparedness. Staff has gone forward to obtain a quote from the Florida Sheriff's Association contract, which is competitively bid, so we would be getting the lowest price. We've also looked at the opportunity to effectively consider a lease option. In my conversations with the finance director, we both agreed that for the costs associated with the lease, we would be better off acquiring this piece of equipment because your lease payment for 3 years would be roughly about $51,000 versus the $84,790 to move forward with acquiring this piece of apparatus. The staff says we are in desperate need of this, and I agree with them. This is a valuable asset to us as an organization, so staff is recommending that we proceed forward with the purchase of the Caterpillar 416F backhoe loader. And Madam Mayor, if the board would indulge me, I've also had some productive conversations with our sanitation supervisor, and one of our sanitation trucks has been in the shop and has served, has been out of service intermittently and has created some issues for us as it relates to the reliability, being able to service it, parts, etc. We've got another quote for that from the sheriff's contract, and it's roughly about $240,000. Obviously, our sanitation fund is an enterprise fund. It has a strong fund balance. I had a conversation with the finance director that there is adequate funding to move forward with acquiring an additional piece of equipment to serve our sanitation team. One of the things that would also complement that, just recently the Board of Commissioners authorized the purchase of $27,000 worth of stainless steel containers for our sanitation operation, our commercial side, and those have already been distributed to the local businesses. So we wanted to get ahead of the curve, and so we're not waiting on weeks' time to be able to acquire these items, because obviously when you do put trash and the elements that are in our community, those things deteriorate pretty quickly. Now, these will last a little bit longer, but staff is also requesting that the board consider allowing us to move forward with the purchase of a new sanitation truck and the stainless steel containers. I would like to bring that forward to the board at the special meeting to memorialize the actions that are being discussed tonight. So it's separate than the Caterpillar purchase, but I did want to have that discussion with the board this evening and then bring you back more specificities at that meeting. But the sanitation supervisor communicated to me that it is it's something that they really need, and it was something that was omitted from the budget, and they would really like for it to move forward. In the perfect world, they'd like to get 2 vehicles, but in conversations with the finance director, we believe that it's fiscally prudent for us to look to get the vehicle this year, and then in next year's budget, we can look to be able to modernize our fleet. We'll be able to, it's a safer piece of equipment. We won't have staff crammed into the cab, etc. But I do want to see if the board would indulge staff to allow for me to bring that to the board for consideration at your meeting on the 22nd.
I think it's a great idea. We'll discuss it then.
So at this time, staff would just ask for authorization to proceed forward with purchase of the Caterpillar 416 backhoe loader.
I have a question. Why is there only one bid?
Through the sheriff's contract, it's competitively bid out throughout the state. And so when you go to the sheriff's contract, it shows you that this is the lowest price, and the sheriff's contract captures vehicles, equipment, those types of things. So when you do see that it's from the Florida Sheriff's Association contract, that's the lowest price that you will get on the market. You very rarely see that there's a deviation, but it is competitively solicited.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Well, I certainly have seen that backhoe and had better days. I can't believe that we still have it from 2005, and I don't understand, but I think these things happen, that was discussed back in 2013 and 14, I believe, and it just was never done. So you can certainly see that rust all over it, and I'm sure that if it's had any repairs, it's been absolutely astronomical due to the age of that backhoe. So yes, I think it's very important for our community that we operate with the best to provide our citizens and businesses with it. So I'm all for spending that $84,790.
Was that a motion or?
You want me to write a check?
Read it, please.
We need it.
Are you making a motion?
Well,
You want me to make a motion?
Well, no, let's open the floor.
Oh,
for
sorry,
public comment. Not that anyone's going to comment, but all right, it's closed. Go ahead.
Okay, so if there's no public comment, I will certainly make the motion to purchase the Caterpillar 416F backhoe loader quoted by the Florida Sheriff's Association contract for $84,790.
I'll second.
Will City Clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
Yes.
Commissioner Douther?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is the city manager's evaluation. City manager.
Madam Mayor, I will have our Human Resources Coordinator, Ms. Karen Polson, make the presentation for this particular item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Karen Paulson. I'm the HR Coordinator. Here tonight I am to present the results from the City Manager's evaluation that you all performed on him. Pursuant to employment contract between the City of Madeira Beach and Jonathan Evans, Mr. Evans agreed to provide services of professional administration and government oversight. Mr. Evans entered into a contract with the City of Madeira Beach on January 31st, 2018, with an official start date of February 26, 2018. Consistent with the employment agreement, Mr. Evans was employed as a city manager for the City of Madeira Beach with a base salary of $145,000 per annum, with the fringe benefits offered to general employees and other benefits not offered to general employees. In accordance with Section 9, performance evaluations, the Board of Commissioners is required to review the manager's performance at least annually. This review and evaluation shall be in accordance with specific criteria developed jointly by the Board of Commissioners and the City Manager. Consistent with that direction, on December 19, 2018, the City Manager composed a memorandum highlighting some major accomplishments during the manager's tenure. Board members were given until the end of January to provide their evaluations to me. Subsequently to their submissions, each member of the board met with the City Manager individually to share their perspective on the manager's performance. The City Manager was scored on the following categories. Like our scoring, scale scoring is 1 unsatisfactory, 2 fair, 3 satisfactory, 4 superior, and 5 excellent. The scores are averaged in 10 categories with 5 questions per category and were scored on a Likert scale. The highest rank per category is a 5, which signifies excellence. The overall score and the average per category were delineated in the chart below. I didn't know if you were going to have the scores up there. The categories were, and I'll read the score for each category. Professional skills and expertise, he scored a 4.80. Council Commission relations, he scored a 4.12. Citizen and Public Relations, 4.36. Policy Execution, 4.0. Intergovernmental Relations, 4.48. Staffing and Management, 4.21. Fiscal Management, 4.12. Planning and Organizational Development, 4.28. Leadership and Decision-Making, a 4.4. Individual Characteristics, a 4.4 again, with a total score of 4.32, which falls in the superior category. The rating of superior is defined as the incumbent consistently demonstrates performance that generally exceeds reasonable expectations. The individual demonstrates no appreciable performance deficiencies. The performance evaluation matrix was created in 2016 by the Florida City and County Management Association, a statewide professional association that provides training, support, and guidance for professional administrators in Florida. The city manager is requesting one modification to his existing employment contract that allows the manager to sell and/or cash out any unused vacation time from the prior year upon his anniversary date on February 26th. This is consistent with provisions that previous administrators have had in their employment contracts. The fiscal impact is contingent on whether or not the Board of Commissioners chooses to increase the city manager's compensation. If so, the Board of Commissioners would have to amend the existing employment contract. In October of 2018, the Board of Commissioners granted a 4% increase for all general employees, non-representative employees. Furthermore, retroactive pay will result in a diminishing increase in the retirement contribution the city manager receives in arrearage and going forward. The Board of Commissioners grants a if the Board of Commissioners grants a retroactive increase, there will be the following fiscal impact. A 4% increase would be a net salary of $150,899 with a retro pay of $1,561.56. A 3% increase would be a new base salary of $149,350,098 with a retro pay of $1,171.12. A 2% increase, new base salary would be $147,909,097 with a retro pay of $780.75, and the retro pay is back to October if it's considered additional actions. Options are attached. Staff recommends the Board of Commissioners accepts the city manager's overall performance evaluation score of 4.32 superior and authorize the mayor and the city attorney to execute an addendum to the city manager's contract modifying the existing base wage and allowing for retroactive pay while also providing an opportunity for the city manager to sell back unused vacation time on his anniversary date of employment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any comments from the commission?
Madam Mayor, if I may, just one comment. This is Karen's first presentation to the board, and I think she did an amazing job.
You did. Thank you so much, Karen.
And it's a tough topic, too. I didn't want to present it, so she did a great job.
Well, I'll start by saying that I would recommend that since he did get a 4.32, which is superior, and the rest of our staff gets a 4% raise, that he also should get a 4% raise.
My question is, why are we going back to October when his year doesn't end until the end of February? So that means every year we end up going back if we want to keep it in line with the employees. Or do we make his contract only through October? You know, how does this work? You know, which way do we look at this? Or do we say, okay, we're going to give him X, whatever raise we decide, but make it effective on his anniversary date?
It's certainly whatever the pleasure of the board is, but it's consistent with, I think, what we did for the city clerk as well, if I'm not mistaken, and she can provide some perspective, but I think we did go retro back to October with her increase.
You know, I just think if we're going to stop doing the retro and just if we're gonna do to October, then we make the contracts through till the end of September or October 1st, whatever we wanna do, and go from there. You know, why are we, you know, going back? So instead of being a year, you're looking at only 8 months. That's my concern with this. And when Mr. Evans, you're very good. You're very, very good, don't get me wrong. But my concern is, when we hired you, we put out one price, and we went well above what we were offering and gave you that in order to bring you on. You know, I don't want to lose you or anything else, but I think we need to kind of figure this whole thing out.
Well, I'd like to say that I remember when you all had this discussion, I wasn't on the board then, and your maximum, you said you weren't going, you know, the limit you had set was 125. And when the city manager came in and he said, well, I want 145, you did it, you accepted it. And personally, I think he knew exactly what he needed to do. I think he needed to ask 145 because I think that, I think we were in tough problems. And I think that he's worked, and I think he's exerted certainly the intelligence, the potential, with the employees, with the citizens, with the business people, has way exceeded anything that I have probably seen in a city manager here in 40 years. Now, we've had a lot of problems in the last several years, as everybody knows, and I think that he has worked very diligently to work through all those problems and been worth every penny you got. So I guess I would like to say that we do the 4% increase, and we go back to October, and I think that is really, I think that precedent was set, though. It was my understanding that we were going to go back, that October was going to begin everything. Was that not for this 4%?
The item that is before you this evening is it's the same process that we went through with the city clerk. So we maintain some consistency with regards to that. You know, if it's the board's pleasure to go from February 26th, that does not bother me whatsoever.
No, I want to go back to October because I think that was where we set
But then from this point on, then his evaluation should go from October to October or the end of September. I'm just saying, if we're going to put
I understand, yeah.
If we're going to put it in line with the other employees, then that evaluation period should be the same period of time. And same for the city clerk. You know, so we're not here every other month, you know, saying, well, we're going to do another evaluation for this person and raise it. You know, let's keep everything consistent in the city. That's what I'm saying.
Well, but that's true, and I understand that, Commissioner. All I'm saying is that not all employees are certainly under a contract, so this is rather a different.
And I think the conversation that occurred was that with an election, that having the evaluation prior to an election, it's actually the folks that are effectively, that I've worked for that year period that would be evaluating me, as opposed to, you know, when the new board gets seated, then you have a situation whereby from March all the way to February, they've had a year's worth of time working with me. If you straddle it and you go to October, you have situations where half of the month or half of the year could potentially be under one board and the other half can be under another board. And so I think that was the rationale behind having the manager's evaluation in February prior to a new board being seated.
Then it goes back to the point that it should start at February 26th after his year's up and move forward, you know, and then every February 26th.
I think that seems reasonable.
You know, I guess what I'm saying is, why are we doing, you know, and like I said, he has done an excellent job, but why are we doing a raise after 8 months? If we go back to October, that's what we're doing. We're doing an 8-month raise.
You know, you're right, Commissioner. I had not taken that into consideration. I was going back to, but you're right, because Jonathan started February 25th.
Right. You know, the other side of the coin.
What do the rest of y'all think?
Let me give you the other side of the coin. And you know, maybe we go back to, you know, October 1st, like, and keep it at 4%. You know, previous city managers were getting 10% raises, you know. So to go 4% and go back, you know, maybe that's compensates, you know, I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing this out there and asking for your input, you know, and what people think. I'm playing devil's advocate on both sides of the coin. That's what I'm trying to do.
Director Pierce, if you can approach the podium so we can get it for the record. Thank you.
I really didn't want to interject, but as far as the budget is concerned, the budget I built for the city manager was effective October 1st for this year's budget.
I'd like to address the selling of unused vacation time. I think that may have been abused, that privilege may have been abused in the past, and, you know, the other employees can't sell back their time, so I don't really think that's a good idea.
Other employees can sell back their time.
But they can?
Yeah.
Ah.
After
Just the firefighters.
the what?
The firefighters.
The firefighters.
Oh, the firefighters. Well, they're under a separate contract.
Their accrued holidays leave. The annual leave doesn't carry over year after year. So if you don't get to use it, you lose it.
If you can turn on your.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't use it, you lose it. It's very unfortunate because we have a lot of, not a lot, a few people who have to work so many hours, they don't get a chance to have time off, and they end up losing a lot of holiday or annual leave at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And then it really causes a little bit of harm at the end because toward Christmas time, everybody's taking the time off so they don't lose it. So then we kind of get really short-staffed. Previous city managers have gotten the payout of unused annual leave.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that we're also looking at for the general employees, to allow for them to bank some of that time, because administratively in the policy, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Polson, is that I have the ability to allow for them to carry some time and put out a plan. So we have some situations where I don't like the time that the employees accrued, them losing it. So in some cases, we'll say, you know what, it's a new fiscal year or it's a new calendar year, you know, this person's got to take Fridays off for the next couple of weeks to utilize that time, because as they get certain amount of years on the books, they accrue at a different rate. So we've tried to be able to accommodate that, but that's something in the policy revisions that we want to bring forward for consideration.
Well, I just wanted to say, we didn't scare you off, did we? No, really, it's the fact that, you know, ever since you've been here, like I told you, you've just been putting out fires one after another. And it's been a rough year for all of us. And I feel like my next year is 14 months now before my term is up. I've got a list of goals I want to do. And I feel now is the time, let's get to work. Let's get something done. And I'm looking forward to working with you the next 14 months. And I just want to get something done now for the city. I agree with the 4% increase. I feel that's fair. All the employees got the same. And city clerk got the 4%. So I would like to go ahead and give you the 4% increase also. And you're going to stick around, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to open up public comment. Public comment is now closed. Any more discussion?
No.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we give them the 4% increase and do it the retro back to October. But I just want everybody to be aware of what I was trying to say, and you know, and I think we really need to be looking at this very in the future, you know, are we giving a raise every 8 months, or what are we doing exactly, and how we're handling, you know, the money for the city? So, and I think it goes both with the clerk and as well as the city manager. So,
And do you want to include the selling back of the?
yes.
Yes, I think that's very important. I think we have a city manager who certainly can handle that. I second that motion.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Douthat,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. Under new business, the next item is ordinance 2019-03, called meetings of the Civil Service Commission, first reading. Will city clerk please read it by title only?
Ordinance 2019-03, an ordinance amending City Code Article 3, Boards, Committees, Commissions, Division 4, Civil Service Commission, Section 2-127, Organization regarding meetings of the Civil Service Commission to amend the frequency of required regular non-grievance meetings of the Civil Service Commission. And I'll explain this one. The city attorney prepared ordinance 2019-03 at the direction of Board of Commissioners at its workshop meeting on January 29, 2019. The item was discussed at 2 board meetings prior to that meeting. The board stressed the importance of having more human resources and city manager presence at the Civil Service Commission meetings. At the December 18, 2019 Board of Commissioners meeting, the city manager explained that the city clerk is currently the support staff to the Civil Service Commission, and it puts additional duties and responsibilities on the city clerk's office. It would be better for the Human Resources Director and the city manager's office to take over that function, since the information that is provided to the Civil Service Commission for discussion is related to human resources and the city manager. The Human Resources Director or the city manager will be the staff person for the Civil Service Commission, and the city clerk's office will continue as the ex officio secretary to that board, transcribing the minutes. And there is no fiscal impact, well, other than advertising for a second reading and public hearing.
When you say there's no fiscal impact, do we have the impact of having someone here to take notes and stuff like that?
That's me.
Okay. So there's no.
Well, see, I'm a charter ex officio. That's
Okay.
one of my duties per charter, so that's one of my responsibilities automatically.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a couple comments, please. On the ordinance, it was my understanding that 2019-03, and if y'all will look on, the bottom of page 1, whereas the Civil Service Commission is an advisory board that merely makes non-binding recommendations, I would like to include that word non-binding recommendations to the city manager and the Board of Commissioners. And then the only other change, or the only other amendment, I guess, to it, or wording change, on page 2, Section 1, Article 3, if you go down to 1, 2, 3, okay, the third paragraph down in bold print, where it says the Human Resources, currently it says the Human Resources Director or City Manager's office shall serve as the staff person. And I thought the wording, the Human Resources staff and or the city manager's designee shall serve.
Okay.
Okay? Does that conform what you had, City Attorney?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
It should also appear, I guess, in room number 4, human resources staff.
Sorry, that's right, yeah, okay. Right, staff. Okay, I think it's very important to go forth on this for all the, for the Civil Service Commission. I think it's going to be excellent, and for the employees, for the city manager, and I think that things will move a lot better, and it will provide more direction for everybody. So I like it.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Public comments closed.
May I make a motion?
Make a motion.
May I make a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a, move that ordinance 2019-03, meetings of the Civil Service Commission, be passed on first reading. Second reading to be,
With the changes that you.
with the changes. Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I had that written down. Right.
Second.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Weinstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Douther,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges,
Yes.
Mayor Black.
Yes. Our next item is ordinance 2019-04, amending the ordinance 2015-8. Will city clerk please read the ordinance in its entirety?
Yes. Ordinance 2019-04, an ordinance of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 2015-08 to correct a scrivener's error in the annual salary of the district commissioners and providing for an effective date. Whereas, in accordance with City of Madeira Beach Charter, Section 4.11, the Board of Commissioners adopted ordinance 2015-08 on July 14, 2015, to increase the salary of the mayor and district commissioners. Due to an error in the salary amount stated in ordinance 2015-08 for district commissioners, the ordinance must be amended to correct the scrivener's error. Whereas, at the April 28, 2015 Board of Commissioners workshop meeting, the Board of Commissioners discussed increasing the salary of the mayor and the district commissioners. Following the discussion, the consensus of the board was to increase the annual salary of the mayor to $10,000 and to increase the annual salary of the district commissioners to $7,500. The Board of Commissioners adopted ordinance 2015-08 on July 14, 2015, increasing the annual salary of the mayor and the district commissioners with an effective date to begin on the date of commencement of the terms of commissioners elected in March 2016, and at which time the board members began receiving the new annual salary amounts. Whereas ordinance 2015-08 stated the annual salary for the district commissioners to be $7,000 and not $7,500. The scrivener's error went unnoticed until December 2018, when a citizen contacted the now city clerk concerning the discrepancy. After researching, the city clerk confirmed that there was an error made based on the consensus that was made by the board at the April 28, 2015 Board of Commissioners workshop meeting. There was no mention of decreasing the salary amount from $7,500 to $7,000 for district commissioners during first reading of ordinance 2015-08 at the June 9, 2015 Board of Commissioners regular meeting. There was no mention of decreasing the salary amount from $7,500 to $7,000 for district commissioners during second reading, public hearing, and adoption of ordinance 2015-08 at the Board of Commissioners regular meeting on July 15, 2015. And there was an emailed reminder on March 17, 2016 from the city manager's office to the finance department stating the amount of the new annual salary for the mayor to be $10,000 and for the district commissioners to be $7,500, and the effective date of the increases to be April 12, 2016, date when new commissioners would be sworn into office. Whereas due to the consensus made by the Board of Commissioners on April 28, 2015 at the workshop meeting to increase the annual salary of the district commissioners to $7,500, there was no mention in the meeting minutes during first and second reading to decrease the amount to $7,000, and based on the emailed reminder, the effective date and amount of the salary increases, which after review and consultation with the city attorney, after research and consultation with assistant counsel for the State of Florida Division of Elections, appears to be a scrivener's error based on workshop minutes. District commissioners were intended and will continue receiving an annual salary of $7,500 and will not have to reimburse the city due to the error. Whereas ordinance 2019-04 serves to correct the scrivener's error in ordinance 2015-08, providing that the annual salary of the mayor is $10,000 and the corrected annual salary amount for the district commissioners is $7,500. Now therefore be it ordained by the Board of Commissioners of the City of Madeira Beach, Florida as follows. Section 1. Ordinance 2019-04 serves to replace Ordinance 2015-08, correcting the Scrivener's error and providing that the annual salary of the mayor is $10,000 and the corrected annual salary amount of district commissioners is $7,500. Section 2. Due to the Scrivener's error, the district commissioners do not have to reimburse the city for any additional monies paid to them and will continue receiving the $7,500 annual salary. Section 3. Ordinances or parts of ordinance in conflict herewith, to the extent that such conflicts exist, are hereby repealed. Section 4. If any section, subsection, sentence, clause, phrase, or provision of this ordinance is for any reason held invalid or unconstitutional by a court of competent jurisdiction, such holding shall not be construed to render the remaining provisions of this ordinance invalid or unconstitutional. Section 5. This ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after its adoption, approval in the manner approved by law. And that explains it.
Pardon me?
That explained it.
That was a mouthful, Clara, but we understand why.
Any discussion from the commission? No. Public comments open? Public comments closed. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to go ahead and pass ordinance 2019-04.
I'll second.
Will city clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Commissioner Doubtford?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. And now for the last item on the agenda, and that is staff report, the September financial report and quarterly investment report. Director Pierce.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, per the city's investment policy, an investment report needs to be given to the Board of City Commissioners on a quarterly basis. So we're fulfilling this requirement, and we're also adding to it the September 2018 financial report, which you've received back a while ago. I'm just going to highlight some of the things on the report that are worth saying. The investment report for September 30th lists 4 new certificates of deposit, CDs, totaling $1,297,504 that were set up at Seaside Bank. Seaside Bank was actually the bank the city used in refinancing the Series 2014 debt, and then when we refunded that new series is now called Seaside Bank Series 2018 debt. What we did is we took that money from Seaside and the refunding and set up those 4 CDs and 4 equal payments that equal the total amount of the debt. So strategically, as the payments come due to that debt, we have the money there in the CDs, and the first CD was liquidated in the amount of $327,788.54, which was basically the first payment. So we just did that strategically with Seaside Bank, and it's been working out pretty well. Also within the investment report, I need to indicate that the Bank United Money Market Fund and the amount of little over $4.2 million reflects a yield of 0.70, which is a little bit below market. We complained to them a couple of times, and just recently they've increased it to 1.90, which is above market for a money market investment. The money market accounts versus as opposed to CDs are a little bit more liquid, and because they are liquid, they don't generate as much of a high rate that CDs do. You can see the CDs that we set up at Seaside. Some of those are over 2% yield, and again, that's the difference because you're locking that money in. We really didn't quit there. Florida Community Bank, it was previously 0.92% in June. We complained to them about the interest rate, and they increased it to 1.36%, which is reflected on this report. So, and just to let you know that Florida Community Bank, which was part of the consent agenda item, just recently merged with Synovus Bank, and we're very excited about that. Synovus Bank is a very big bank, and we may have more opportunity to more investment type vehicles with them, and hopefully a larger rate of return. I also wanted to say, as part of my report, that just for your information, the money that we've received from the ad valorem that we received in January, basically through the end of December, is pretty much on target. Our budget is 2.6. We've already received close to 2.3. So the money is coming in as expected, and we're glad to see that it's on pace. To finalize my report, I'm going to turn this over and give a parking report to you. And I think you've already received a handout, which basically gives a forecast and a breakdown. And our new parking supervisor, I'm going to let him take it from here.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Brian Rao. I've been the parking supervisor here since about October. The chart you have shows our historical for the last couple of years parking revenue and the forecast that we're going to have for the rest of the year to include the general fund and the Archibald Fund. The model I used to do this is I averaged the last 3 years, the growth rate over the last 3 years. So I just applied that to the rest of 2019, or fiscal year 19, excuse me. So the whole section you have that is highlighted in yellow, that is my forecast based on that growth rate. The part at the top, obviously, through January is the actual data that we have. Forecasting at the end of the year, there'll be about $362,000 in the restricted fund there for debt and infrastructure. So that's total, so half of that in each side. And then for Archibald, approximately $49,000. Mr. Director Pierce asked me to give you some of the initiatives that we're working on through the end of the year. We're working on restriping many of the parking lots. We've started down at Johns Pass Park and 130th Avenue. We're just going to kind of work our way up north along the west side, trying to hit a couple a week. Early in the morning, we got to use leaf blowers, so we can't start too early. I have to wait till about 8 o'clock because of noise ordinances, take care of the residents. But hopefully we'll have that done here over the next few weeks. One of the other things we did is we did an update to the parking software on the actual kiosks. And that seems to have done a pretty good job of alleviating some of the confusion that the visitors have. And our voids, because people just couldn't figure out the machines, have actually gone down about 26%. So that update really helped out a lot with the visitors. Other than people making typos on their license plates, which is really a common theme we get, those are kind of the majority of the voids we get now. I'm sure you've seen the folks out there with the teal green parking shirts on. And my directive from Director Pierce has been, get them out there, get them visible, kind of create more of an ambassador versus just out there, how many tickets can I write today? So I've directed them to go almost kiosk by kiosk down there, initiate assistance. Don't wait for somebody to ask you. You go up to them, how you doing today, ma'am? Can I help you? Is there anything I can help you with? And we've had a lot of good experience with that. And the folks there at the Chamber of Commerce building, great relationship with the ladies that work down there, and they've been working back and forth. They call us, hey, come down and help these folks here. So that's really worked out well for us. Initiative we're talking about doing towards the end of the year is going coinless. Tampa is coinless. Probably you've heard Tropicana Field has gone coinless. We're going to do a test a limited test at 4 pay stations to see how people react to it. We're gonna advertise it, we're gonna talk to the businesses. It gives us some opportunity to have a little better control. We won't have as much money, coinage, in and out of change machines, in and out of kiosks. We use up about 10 man-hours a week just distributing and counting change. So we'll be able to focus on doing more things like helping out our visitors. So just any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I'm very, very happy to hear you say you wanted to be an ambassador rather than going out there and then, oh, I gotcha. So I'm really happy about that.
But, by the way, I just want to say this is Brian's first turn to addressing the commission, and I think he's done a good job. And we're very lucky to have him.
I'm seeing like in October, November, December, our revenue is down. Was that because we shut the meters down because of the red tide?
Well, with the red tide, we were down September through October, kind of mid-September to mid-October. But if you spend any time on the west side of Gulf Boulevard, it was brutal out there still, all the way on and off, all the way through up to November and into December. So, yes, Commissioner, red tide specifically.
One comment. We're seeing the coinage percentage keep decreasing as and tonight under the consent agenda, you approved the Park Mobile app, which is another app or a second app. And we're finding that a lot of our visitors are really liking these and are using them. And we're actually seeing the coinage going below 10%. So it's almost going to become a point where it's going to be such a low factor that it's going to phase itself out anyway. And one other thing I just wanted to say that if the board could, the staff does recommend approving the quarterly investment report and the September financial report, if the board could approve that.
Yes, I'll be happy to move that the September financial report and quarterly investment report has been approved.
I'll second.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Weinstein?
Yes.
Commissioner Douthat?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges?
Yes.
Mayor Black?
Yes. Thank you, Director Pierce and Brian.
Thank you.
Next, we have reports and correspondence. Any reports from the City Commission?
Yes, I have two. I know it's late, but one thing I'd like to invite everybody to the Church by the Sea tomorrow evening at Wednesday, February 13th at 5 p.m. for their 75th anniversary ribbon cutting celebration. They'll be down there waiting for us, so invite your neighbors and everybody is welcome to be there. And then my second item is with regards to the Madeira Beach community cleanup. I don't know how many of you have seen that we've really had a lot of volunteers at Archbald in January and February meet to help clean up. It's been a great effort. It was actually started by two individual people. I don't even know if well, one of them lives in Madeira Beach, I know. Candy Maiden and Audrey Seaver were the kind of coordinators of this thing. In January, there were 53 volunteers, and in February, there were 60. The city goes out with the supervisor of the, not Public Works, supervisor, Deb Laramie is?
She's manages our parks division,
okay,
basically,
well,
and assist
she
on the
and
Public Works.
Candy have been distributing plastic bags, the hangers, and they've just done a great job. And there's just been a great effort, and I have certainly seen it just go very good in the community. And the next event, the next Madeira Beach Community Cleanup, will be March the 2nd from 8 to 11 at Archbald. So I invite everybody to come there. And I would like to say that there are some sponsors that have helped, and they've brought donuts and things like that. And those sponsors have been Coastal Contracting, City of Madeira Beach, Simon Says, Snack Shack, McDonald's, keep Pinellas beautiful. I think they've supplied some of the materials to help, and Frabada's and Saltwater Hippie Bar. So thank everybody, and let's keep it up. Right? Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to kind of ask the city manager to make sure that in his next newsletter, he puts out those 2 phone numbers that the policeman gave, and kind of, you know, reinforce that. And then I'm guessing, Jonathan, you're going to talk about the other 2 things?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Madam Mayor, just a couple of comments that were communicated tonight that I just want to clarify for the public record. I've had an opportunity to meet with the Rosdex concerning their issue on numerous occasions, also included the city attorney in on the conversations, and we have tried to provide some assistance, even going to our insurance carrier to see if there is anything that effectively our insurance carrier can do to assist with what the challenges are. There has been a complaint that has been filed with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations, and they have already served the building official, and they will go through an investigatory process. That is probably the most appropriate entity to look into the allegations that are being placed. The building official does have statutory authority, and there is case law that protects the building official in the situation that there is things that the building official misses. If it is neglect or willful neglect or conduct unbecoming of an official, then that's a whole nother set of circumstances, and they will be looking into that. So one of the things that staff is recommending is that we allow for these regulatory agency and agency of effectively his peers to do the investigation and then provide some information to us to move forward in that vein. One of the things that we are doing and we have done, we have filed a complaint with Pinellas County concerning the developer, Tisdale Construction, to effectively try to bring them back to the table to cure the issue. So we're hopeful that maybe that's a mechanism to get some type of response from that construction company, because we believe that they were malicious and there was some willful intent to not proceed forward as stipulated in the contract. In the conversations with the city attorney, one of the challenges that we have as the city, we don't have privity in the situation. Is that the right legal word, Ralph?
Yes, the contract is between the homeowner and the contractor. We were simply reviewing the building permit and building inspections, and there was a building inspection that identified a deficiency, and then it was missed in the next inspection, and the building went ahead with that deficiency still there. But we're not in a contract with the contractor, so we can't make the contractor fix it. So we have reported them to the Pinellas County Contractor Licensing Board, which can revoke his license and issue penalties and hopefully bring him to the table to correct the deficiency.
And the hope behind, and that's really the issue for us, is since we don't have privity, we can as an organization intervene and force the contractor to come back to the table. So that's why we're taking the other approach to effectively go about trying to go after their license. We have communicated to the Rosdex that we stand firm with respect to helping them cure this issue as quickly as possible. Through my conversations with them, all they have wanted is the situation to be remedied and the situation addressed in their home. They haven't come and launched a lawsuit on the city or anything like that, so we will continue to work with them to try to cure the issue as best as possible. But there is going to be a series of investigations that are going to occur, one being from the state, and then if they take any other actions, once that information is provided to me, then I will sit down and have conversations with the city attorney and the building official, and we will handle that appropriately. But I did want you to know that that is something that is on the manager's radar. One of the other things that was communicated with respect to Chief O'Neill's suspension without pay,
I don't like to get into a situation where I discuss personnel matters in a public forum because that serves under the purview of that's under the purview of the manager. But I do want to communicate that in the final order that they said that they gave Chief O'Neill $100 for 20 hours worth of use of his personal watercraft, and then they looked at the 2 years of storage and charged him $180 for the storage fee, and that's where they got the $43.20 for the total amount due to the city. $2,000 in a civil penalty and $320 in the restitution paid to the city. But one of the things that I don't want to have the public take lightly, the suspension without pay is actually going to cost Chief O'Neill $5,523.71. So the entire scope of the findings and the final order from the Commission on Ethics is going to cost roughly $9,843.71. So the penalty that was levied by the organization was far more than what the Commission on Ethics levied. In addition to, the Commission on Ethics gave credit for his service as a first responder, and I looked at it the same and looked at the different capacities that he was in as the organization. No manager wants to be in a situation where they need to and have to discipline somebody to that degree, but I thought it was important to send a clear and distinct message as an organization that we've allowed for due process. We're going to adhere to the recommended findings from the Commission on Ethics, and there's disciplinary action that is necessary. In my conversations with his personnel, there has not been any concerns with respect to his ability to lead the organization and lead his department and move forward. This was a lapse of judgment. This is something that he is remorseful for, and I think that he can continue on and finish his career with the city of Madeira Beach, so I did want to address that. Also, we are going to have a meeting tomorrow with the residents from Crystal Island to talk about some of the roadway infrastructure concerns that they have expressed. The meeting will be here tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. It is publicly noticed. All the board members are able to attend. You are able to participate in the conversation, the dialogue. There's no concern with respect to Sunshine Law. I've already cleared that with the city attorney because it is publicly noticed. My goal is to come up with some type of temporary solution and then provide some information concerning how we can move forward with some of these roadway projects sooner rather than later, and bring that to the board for some type of consideration, even if it's a Band-Aid solution at your special meeting that we will be having. So that's in the process. Al Carrier will be there. The finance director will be there. I will be there, and I believe the community development director will be there. Also on that particular agenda, the special meeting would be the solid waste truck and the dumpsters that we would look to bring forward. So we've got a lot of things in the hopper, but I think we're moving in a good direction. I will continue to keep the board attuned to what's happening with respect to the complaint and the issues that the Rostex has brought to our attention. But I did want to just clarify the public record with regards to the disciplinary action on Chief O'Neill, because it is not something that is a proverbial slap on the wrist. It is something that's a pretty sizable impact to him financially, and he is remorseful in the conversations that I've had with him, and he understands what the expectation is. So that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
We need to discuss replacing District 3 Commissioner.
Yes, I was going to leave that up to the gentleman to my right.
The city charter states that if a commissioner resigns, that the board shall appoint a replacement within 30 days.
So what our intent would be is for, if it is the board's pleasure, that we can work with the city clerk, find out exactly what needs to occur with regards to making sure that individuals are qualified to serve in that capacity. And I would think that the board should consider looking to review a series of applications for qualified candidates at your special meeting, or even
You know, and with moving the meeting up,
mhm.
you know, is that going to give people enough time to get their applications in? Or are we going to have another special meeting? Because that, you know, if we do it, that's 10 days or 8 days for people to get their applications in, you know, and I don't feel that's enough time.
We can extend it, we can go, but we have 30 days since the resignation,
Right.
so.
So we could go like March 1st or March 4th, you know, it gives people time to put their
Yeah.
applications in, I'm guessing.
We can do, looking here at a calendar,
That's what I was looking at.
we can go have the applications submitted by March 1st, which is a Friday, and then have the board discuss, or maybe call a special meeting on March 4th to effectively appoint.
Yeah, we'll have to select someone at
Yeah.
that point.
Yeah. And at that point, it's important for the board to note that, you know, per the charter, it has to be a unanimous vote to appoint that individual. So there's probably going to have to be some dialogue and conversation and some jockeying on the dais as to who you all choose to serve in that interim capacity until the new board is seated.
And they have to be from District 3.
Right, they have to be a qualified candidate in that district. That is correct.
I'll also have to advertise.
Yes, and the clerk would have to
So,
advertise.
depending on when I can get that in.
Yeah,
I think it's too late for this Friday.
Yeah, so we'll work with the clerk and get that out to the public and utilize the social media and the tools we have at our disposal to get word out.
Thank you.
City Attorney, do you have any other reports or correspondence?
I just want to say, I think it's by occurrence of the majority vote of the remaining members, not a unanimous by charter, but we'll check that and make sure.
Wasn't it 3, 2? I thought we needed 3.
We have 4 up there, so.
But
3 out of 4.
Commissioner Weinstein won't be, she'll be out of the country.
Oh, then you would all, yeah, they're 3 out of 3 if you're all here.
Yeah.
Then what happens if we can't agree on 3 out of 3? Then we don't meet the deadline, so what happens?
You'll have to keep trying, and then there's eventually an election coming up on March 13th, so that election would decide then on that event.
Yeah, March 12th.
But I'm saying, we don't meet the charter by the 30-day point.
We would certainly encourage, even if it's you have to pull out of a hat and everybody decides to say this is the person, but we certainly need to meet what the charter requirements are. If the board gets to 2 candidates and there's not, you know, a consensus on a clear-cut front runner, then I would just say it's kind of pull straws, and at that point just to seat someone so you comply with the charter.
Thank you.
City Attorney, do you have anything else?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. And City Clerk, do you have any reports or correspondence?
Yes, on Tuesday, February the 26th, time to be determined because I haven't received the time yet. There will be a candidate debate in this chamber, hosted by Treasure Island and Madeira Beach Chamber of Commerce. And on Thursday, February the 28th, in the chamber here at 6:00 p.m. will be a charter amendment Q&A forum. And then Tuesday, March the 12th, is the election.
Okay,
And
anything
March
else?
the 19th is our regular meeting.
Okay.
And we swear in new commissioners, whoever that might be, and that's it.
All right. 10:07, we are adjourned.